Are we ready to go, Madam Clerk?
We're recording.
Kenmore City Council is now in session. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Present.
Councilmember Kugler,
Here.
Councilmember Srebnick,
Excused.
Mayor Herbig.
Here.
Councilmember File,
Present.
Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Councilmember Baker.
Here.
Okay, the Kenmore City Council is now going to recess to executive session pursuant to RCW 42.30.110 subsection 1I. The City Council will enter an executive session to discuss pending or potential litigation. The session is expected to last 30 minutes. I will see you all over there.
And for all our guests, the council did recess into an executive session that's expected to last approximately 30 minutes. It's to discuss pending or potential litigation. Welcome back, Mayor and council members. Here comes Councilmember Marshall.
Wait a second for Councilmember Shrubnik. She was here during the exec.
Thank you. I'll make that note. Here she comes.
Okay, are we recording?
We are.
Okay, there's no action from the executive session. We're now going to adjourn the special meeting and call to order the regular meeting. We're going to start off with the flag salute.
Shell property. What is?
If we could all join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the
the
flag
flag
of the
United
United
States
States
of
of
America,
America,
and to the
to
republic
republic
for which it
for which it
stands,
stands,
one nation,
nation,
under God,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty and
and
justice
justice
for
for
all.
all. All right, next on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Unless I hear any objections, the agenda will be approved. Seeing no objections, the agenda is approved as stands, as published. Next up, we have public comment. We welcome our community members to the council's meeting. In this forum, the council does not engage or dialogue with the public. The primary role of the council is to listen. Please use the raise hand feature now if you wish to speak. Guests must address comments to the mayor and the council. The clerk will acknowledge your request and call your name when it is your turn. Your time will start when we confirm that we can hear you. Please state your name and city of residence for the record and keep your comments to the allotted time. We will not split your time with others or reset your time except by express approval of the presiding officer. Screen sharing is not allowed. You can submit materials to the council or clerk in advance. Please do not comment about pending development projects on which the council will make future decisions, as those are quasi judicial matters and council members must limit their communications about such matters. This meeting is being recorded. Thank you for taking the time to express your comments. Madam Clerk.
Thank you so much, Mayor. At this point, we'd like to hear from the following group of guests. John Culver, followed by John Peoples, Randy Beneker, David Morton, Stacy Valenzuela, and Lisa Ah. John Culver,
Hello, can you hear me?
we can hear you. Hold on while I start our timer. Forgive me, it's going to be jarring today. It's white.
All good.
Okay, go ahead.
Cool. Good evening, City Council. It's John Culver. I had to read my comment. It was too spicy. I want to start by saying strong support for renters' protections. Want to tell a little story about what happened in Federal Way in late 2019. As I understand it, the Landlord Lobbyist Industry Association got involved with a people's petition that was happening down there to start ensuring some renters' protections. I think they wanted just cause evictions. My understanding is that organization spent $100,000 trying to fight that. Now, mind you, this was heading into a deadly pandemic that has nearly cost 1 million Americans their lives. And yeah, they lost by 10 percentage points. And then the state legislature went on to pass that statewide. So as you consider things tonight and hear from people, I would just consider which side of history you want to be on and how morally that sits with you. Something to consider. Moving on, I also want to speak in support of ranked choice voting. I've had the privilege to speak with a few of you about it already. There is a bill in the House, number 1156. If it makes the legislative cutoff tomorrow, I would love to see a resolution in support of it come from Kenmore. There have been several cities that have already done so. I think Snohomish County is also poised to potentially submit a resolution in support. This would be a local option bill giving cities the option. They are not bound to, but they would be able to use ranked choice voting in their local elections, which improves turnout and helps people better express themselves and gets away from a lot of the follies of first past the post election. So that would be huge. Strong support of that. Would love to see it. I also want to talk about the East King County Public Utility District. This is a great new thing coming into being in East King County, which would include Kenmore and much of the east side. I've also had the pleasure of speaking to several of you about this already. Super pumped on it. This could lower our emissions. This would bring local control back to the east side. This would do a bunch of great stuff. PUDs are already in effect in, I think, 28 counties, if I'm not mistaken, across the state. This is a tried and true, sturdy thing, and we'd love to see it here, and we'd love to see more support from you all. And lastly, just want to say thank you again for initiatives on the January 24th, if I'm not mistaken. Was stoked to see it pass 7-0. That was a great thing. And I'll bring up again, the renters protections, the just cause evictions came up in Federal Way through people's initiatives. So this is a great way to spur popular legislation that people want to see and that it gets adopted at a higher level. So I would love to see strong renters protections tonight from Kenmore. And hopefully that takes effect on a bigger scale as well. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Culver. Mr. Peoples,
Yes. Can you hear me?
we can hear you. Go ahead.
John Peoples, Kenmore. Good evening, Kenmore City Council. I begin by acknowledging that we live on American land. Special thanks to the memory of men like Watson Squire and Tracy Owen, whose generosity and commitment to the municipal life of Kenmore's residents benefits us all to this day. I would like to also wish you all a very peaceful and pleasant St. Valentine's Day. Regardless of the exact details of this Christian martyr's life, we can take the opportunity today and appeal to our better angels. I ask that the members of the City Council at long last take to heart a complaint I have often shared at these meetings and via email. In a direct violation of the spirit of civic goodwill and all that we have come to celebrate on St. Valentine's Day, the city of Kenmore continues to post on its municipal website the vile, racist propaganda piece called the White Supremacy Pyramid. That this city-sponsored racist propaganda is still posted after all these complaints speaks volumes about the council members' character and lack of courage in standing up to the DEI industry. It deliberately targets for scorn those of a certain skin color and uses fear of being called names to silence their ability to engage in a civil conversation of civic importance. It makes a mockery of your stated commitment to fighting racism. I plan to tune into the inaugural meeting of the Diversity, Inequality, and Exclusion Task Force on Thursday and register my grievance with them with the express purpose of achieving the goal of seeing the city remove this civic stain from its website. It is a bit ironic that the same person or people temporarily sitting on the city council who worked so hard to scrub Watson Squire's name from his namesake park for supposed bad attitudes towards certain groups of people are so willing to allow a similar slur to mar the city's municipal website. Imagine, if you can, the city council 50 or 100 years from now scrubbing your names from parks, benches, and buildings because you didn't have the courage today to honor a simple, heartfelt, logical request by a noisy, fair-minded citizen. And please let us meet in person without restrictions at City Hall. The emergency is over. And I would like to ask you to consider not approving ranked choice voting. It is not a good idea. And remember, landlords are people too. They are getting squeezed by people who are not paying their rents and by government who are letting the renters get away with it. Lastly, I do thank you for the flag salute and the opportunity to honor our great American Republic. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Peoples. Good night to
You're
you.
welcome.
David Morton.
Good evening, council members. I'm David Morton. I live near Redmond. Someone recently asked me, why do you think that the Cadman asphalt plant in Kenmore uses cutback asphalt? Cadman's asphalt plant is a hot mix asphalt or HMA facility. The product that Cadman makes is called hot mix asphalt, HMA, or asphalt paving mix. Hot mix asphalt is made by mixing aggregate, which is sand and gravel, with a hot, stiff, and solvent-free binder called asphalt cement. The plant next to it makes concrete by mixing aggregate with Portland cement and water. Although illegal for HMA facilities to do so, it's possible to make HMA by mixing aggregate with cutback asphalt, which is a mixture of petroleum solvent and asphalt cement. If the solvent is kerosene, it's called medium cure cutback asphalt. Making HMA in this way causes tons of kerosene to evaporate into the air. The kerosene vapors can be smelled by those downwind, and they often experience toxic effects from breathing it. I've heard and read testimonies from people who smelled Cadman's strong odors and experienced ill health effects from it. For example, on September 9th, 2017, an odor complaint to PSCAA identified the Cadman plant across the street from Ostrom's as the responsible party and described a very strong odor causing some of us to have nausea, headache, wheezing, lightheaded. 2 days later, a PSCAA inspector inspected Cadman's HMA facility. He contacted Cadman's plant operator, Justin Bauer. The PSCAA inspector summarized their conversation in a PSCAA evaluation report. Here's an excerpt. Quote, I observed that the condensation trap on the 7022 asphalt had been removed. Mr. Bauer said the condensation equipment on the medium cure asphalt had broken down. So CMEX removed the condensation unit from the 7022 asphalt tank and reinstalled it on the medium cure asphalt tank. He said medium cure tank received regular refills, and the 7022 was almost full and not used very often. So it did not require additional shipments, end quote. PG 7022 is the legal solvent-free binder that Cadman should have been using. The 25,000 gallon medium cure asphalt tank contained medium curing cutback asphalt, which is illegal for use in the manufacture of HMA, and which was refilled about 2 or 3 times a week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. Randy Beneker, I leapfrogged over you.
It is no problem. Is my audio working?
Yes, we hear you. Go ahead. Oh, and we see you too. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Kenmore City Council, my name is Randy Banneker. I represent the Seattle King County Realtors. I'm here tonight regarding the tenant protections before you, and I thank you for the opportunity to comment. Your staff memo on this topic cites council priority number 1 to increase and preserve options for affordable housing stock. But the measures contained in the model ordinance related to tenant protections will create disincentives to operating rental property and lead to increased rents. Many of our members with small mom and pop are small mom and pop landlords, or they work with them, folks who own about 1 to 5 units. COVID-related disruption in rental income has placed tremendous financial strain and uncertainty for many of these small owners, since the mortgage, property taxes, and utility bills are due regardless of rental income. We're hearing that a lot of these owners are thinking of selling or not investing in the first place. And that's troubling because small landlords typically provide naturally affordable rental units, keeping their rents moderate in order to keep the units rented. These are not wealthy investors, but regular people who invested in their community for education, retirement, what have you. If these people are pushed to sell their properties, those properties will be subjected to market rate redevelopment with increased rents and less affordability. In our high-priced housing market, rental arrangements offer important pathways to home ownership for many first-time buyers or home stability for current owners. That rental stream helps service the mortgage. King County passed a set of regulations last year. Unfortunately, they paralleled and really were already addressed in state law, which was strengthened in the 2020-2021 legislative session. Caps on move-in fees like security deposits, timing caps, timing on rental increases, late fees, and stiff penalties to landlords are chilling to small landlords because they sharply narrow an owner's ability to manage their property and maintain financial stability. We believe the tenant protections added by the legislature this past session a year ago are robust. We ask that you consider the contributions small mom and pop rental housing owners make to affordable housing in Kenmore as you move forward with this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Banneker. Stacy Valenzuela,
Hi, can you hear me?
we can hear you and see you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Stacy Valenzuela, Kenmore. Thank you again for making some of the ARPA funds that were allocated to our residents at the 50% and below AMI. It meant so much. We're still in this pandemic, a time when inflation like never before, and with many just attempting to keep sheltered and food on their table. We hope the council keeps this in their minds and adopts tenant protection rights similar to surrounding cities to keep renters in their homes. Thank you to the several organizations, Solid Ground, NASA, Stay Healthy, Stay Home, Transit Riders, and Housing Justice Project that are supporting the need for tenant rights to be adopted quickly, as there is a huge need and backlog for services and help for tenants to avoid becoming homeless. Our most vulnerable, seniors, disabled, veterans, and low-income singles and families will soon be homeless if protections are not in place. King County has programs for help. However, unable to keep up and more time and funding is needed with demands due to the spread of need from this pandemic and unwillingness of landlords to file for programs to help, the unjust evictions and the high increase of rents. Notices are showing up at complexes with late charges, eliminating grace periods as stated in leases, and evictions have started. Rate increases are too high and residents are needing to go somewhere. We have heard from tenant whose rent was increased 15%, but was lucky enough to relocate to Kirkland, and another a $500 increase. Please act today to add tenant protections. Please include the stated required reminders of landlords for repayment plans and added protections for rent between March 2020 and 2022 of January, that they must reach out and offer a payment plan and work in good faith with tenants for eviction resolution. Please offer senior and small landlords information on assistance and incentive programs to work to keep our residents sheltered. Through March, the EPA is requesting residents' feedback on surveys for improving air quality in overburdened communities. With the cement plant, the asphalt emissions, and the traffic, It would be nice for Kenmore to be selected for this. In response to David Morton's comment bringing forward yet another violation of Cadman upon inspection, I simply ask, was Cadman fined and held accountable for that? I hope that you will add the affordable housing. We desperately need it. And as the times come up, we know more and more that the community needs the city staff and the council to apply for grants and work with other organizations to make your first priority happen by the end of the year. There is another property on 522 for sale that floors can be added to make this affordable housing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Valenzuela. Lisa?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you and see you. Go ahead.
Council members, my name is Lisa. I'm an Army veteran and my husband and I are both disabled. We've been currently in our complex for 15 years now. With both of our disabilities and the difference between the income ratio and the cost of rent, we are unable to move to where I can safely get around. The complex we live in has rents for a 2-bedroom apartment with 1 bathroom is $1,800 a month, plus $100 for water, sewer, and garbage that is paid to the landlord. Our annual income is about $1,200 per month. This comes from Social Security, disability, supplemental security income, and my VA disability check. Section 8 helps us out with the rent. Each year, our rent goes up by about $100. Some years it is less. However, when we moved in, we had to get assistance from my in-laws in order to pay the first, last, the security, and the pet deposit. Again, this was almost 15 years ago, and that was still almost $3,000. We also have had to have my in-laws co-sign for us. While the rent and water has gone up, our amenities have gone down. When we moved in, we had use of a pool and a hot tub. About 4 years ago, those were completely taken away altogether as the landlord saw them too hard to repair. If we had to move at this time, we would be unable to afford it. The amount of the deposits alone would be too much for us to do. There is no way that in the current rate, which is 30 days, for us to be able to get together that kind of money. We have mostly been forced to stay in the complex, even though I am currently on crutches and there's stairs that are causing problems. And if we have minor repair issues, such as a clogged tub, it is easier to try to take care of it ourselves rather than to get the maintenance people to come over. This has been an ongoing issue, and every year the rent goes up. I have to go through physical therapy, and with the bilateral crutches, it is extremely hard, and there is nowhere else for us to go. Please help us with looking at how the renters are surviving and managing, because a lot of us are not. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Before you go, would you confirm your city of residence for us?
Kenmore, Washington.
Thank you. We'd also like to hear from the following 3 guests: Jim Henderson, followed by Monique Gallant, and Dan Troyan. Jim Henderson, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Oh, we can.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mr.
Good.
Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight on the topic of residential renter protection regulations. For the record, my name is Jim Henderson, and I represent the Rental Housing Association of Washington and more than 5,500 small housing providers statewide. The small housing providers that I represent live in your community, and they provide some of the most affordable housing in Kenmore. Year after year, regulation after regulation, each time we see changes proposed and passed, we are told this is going to make a difference. These same policies that have been passed in other jurisdictions haven't solved the underlying problem, supply. Over an almost 2-year eviction moratorium in Kenmore, your community is still experiencing low supply and high demand due to an increase in population. Housing providers are experiencing an increase in cost, property taxes, labor, material, and utilities. Passing complicated, confusing regulation will lead to more housing providers selling, reducing rental housing options, and lead to an increase in housing cost. In the past 4 legislative sessions, residents in Kenmore have received the benefit of more than 20 new state laws. I will name a few. Just cause eviction with 16 causes. 60-day notices for rent increase. Locally, you have a 90-day increase for rent increases over 10%. A 5-day grace period before a late fee is assessed. We've increased the 3-day notice to pay or vacate to 14 days. Requiring dispute resolution, permitting legal representation for residents who are faced with an unlawful detainer. And we've also increased the notice to terminate tenancy to up to 120 days in some cases. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I look forward to working with each of you and as a stakeholder and the stakeholder group as this conversation continues. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Monique Gallant,
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
we can hear you and see you. Go ahead.
All right. My name's Monique Gallant. I am a resident of Kenmore here. I'm here to speak in favor of stronger renters' rights and protections. My partner and I are new to Washington State. We just moved here in November of 2021 for a new career and new education. Renting currently in Kenmore, but we've previously rented separately and together in the state of Massachusetts over the course of 7 to 8 years, both separately and together. When we moved here, honestly, we were shocked by the lack of renters' rights. Based on our experience thus far, Massachusetts laws are entirely pro-tenant, while Washington is entirely pro-landlord. I do want to preface my comments by saying that we haven't had any issues with communication or responsiveness of our landlords here in Washington. So my comments are really not a reflection on them, but on the system. The majority of fees that are legal here are illegal in Massachusetts. For example, in Massachusetts, landlords cannot charge non-refundable fees, application fees, pet rent, monthly sewer water, unless a sub-meter is installed for the unit, which it's not here. Additionally, tenants are entitled to the interest on their security deposits. So imagine that person that's been living here for 15 years, how much interest their security deposit has accrued in the bank. They will never see that money. Additionally, if a security deposit is paid for potential damage to a unit, it does not make any sense that a landlord in Washington is able to charge pet rent. That's what the security deposit is for. Additionally, our lease in Washington specified that if the unit was not ready by the start date of the lease, we would have no recourse against the landlord. How is that morally or legally acceptable? Moving across the country with that clause in our lease was extremely, extremely stressful. So thank you for your time. I hope that we can enact stronger renters' rights and protections. To address one comment from earlier, yes, landlords are people too, but with approximately 75 units in this complex, I don't think they're near financial ruin at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique. Dan Troyan,
Yes, good evening to the council. This is my first time coming to one of these meetings, and I appreciate the open public forum. Forgive my ignorance, I'm not sure specifically how it works in terms of the agenda and what we can and can't speak about. My comments were mostly about the automated traffic system. Is that something that's still available for discussion? I'm seeing nods, yes. Okay, thank you then for that. First of all, a lot of people have been commenting on the rental items and landlords versus tenants. My partner and I are looking to become landlords. We want to buy an investment property and we will have one property. So I think a lot of protections that are good for tenants for the past 2 years can hurt small-time landlords. So I appreciate that's also being discussed as well. The data in a lot of the documents attached to the agenda regarding the photo system contradicts itself several times. Many of the items listed in terms of the location, especially the red light camera on 61st and 522nd, there wasn't even enough data to include anything in the report. The chief of police said there, in fact, were no notices of infraction. So I ask that if this is not simply a money grab, then what are we actually fixing? If there's no problems, then why do we need cameras at that location? The other items were the school zones around Kenmore Elementary. The data itself shows there was 2 accidents in the 5-year period involving pedestrians, and only 4 of them out of the ones listed were during school time. So it seems like there isn't an actual issue that we're trying to fix, and instead the council is trying to gain more funds. If these funds being collected were used for philanthropy and to help lower income housing and other issues in our community, I think that would be great, but instead they're not going to be used for things like that. The other most concerning aspect is the report states that this will not affect lower income and people of color more than it does to wealthier people. I would disagree and say that while the people on the road have a higher percentage of being higher income, $100 or $250 has a far greater value to someone who is low income. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Troy. And please clarify your city of residence for us.
Sorry, it's Kenmore, Washington.
Thank you very much. We do have 2 additional comments. Linda Mitchell, followed by Janet. Linda, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. I'm Linda Mitchell. I'm with Mary's Place. Thank you for this opportunity. Mary's Place provides prevention, housing stability, mobile outreach and diversion, and emergency shelter services for families with children in King County. We've helped thousands of families with their search for permanent housing in the 10 years we've been doing this work. We know that families who have experienced homelessness are twice as likely to experience homelessness a second time. Keeping families in their homes prevents trauma, ends the cycle of homelessness, and is more cost-effective than eviction, shelter, and rehousing. We support all of the protections in the Model Ordinance and would like to share our family's experiences and some additional ideas for your consideration. The right to a payment plan for move-in costs is a game changer, and we'd suggest adding the right to a payment plan for rent in arrears. A family with a sick child that has to miss 2 weeks of work and pay will likely be late on rent. In today's economic climate, families are squeezed and there's not much left at the end of the month. Allowing a family to pay back that shortfall over a reasonable period of time will let them get caught up without being overburdened and having to make hard choices about where they'll eat or buy medicine. That only further increases their likelihood of housing instability. We strongly support the right to live with family. Making it easier for people to double up in this climate is critical. It helps the tenant make rent, helps the family member stabilize and save up for their own housing. What we're seeing at our Women's Day Center in downtown Seattle is a 25% year-over-year increase in senior women. The silver tsunami is coming, and many are living on fixed incomes and can't afford increasing rent. Families shouldn't have to make heartbreaking decisions about who to leave outside. The right to live with family benefits younger and older community members. We also see many families denied housing due to a conviction on their record. We know that our criminal justice system has challenges and that Black and brown folks face criminal charges at a disproportionate rate. Many lack access to representation, their day in court, and as a result are unable to get housing for their families. And finally, we see many refugee families who are unable to get housing because they're filing for status or in process, but don't yet have a social security number. And on our dream big list, we'd love to see assistance for low-income households to be able to move out of an apartment that they can no longer afford into a unit they can. Often families are trapped in a place they can't afford by expensive move-in fees and deposits. So thank you again for the opportunity to share some of our experiences with you.
Thank you, Linda, very much. Janet.
Hi, can you hear me?
We see you and hear you. Go ahead.
This is Janet Hayes, and I'm a resident of Kenmore. And my comment tonight, well, I'm thanking David Morton, of course, because he's been a great part of our fight to have clean air in Kenmore. For the last 2 months, while the cement plant was on strike, we have had no fumes. And it is very apparent that even looking out over the lake, everything is crystal clear. So I'm appreciating that, while I'm concerned about the contract and King County offering a contract to one of the 12 plants in King County that will have the ability, they'll sign up and give a bid about the King County work that has fallen behind. It's a huge contract. And I want to make sure that the council and all our staff are aware that it will be heavy industry and heavy asphalt and cement that we will be looking at if the plant here is allowed to bid on the contract. So I'm asking, pleading that people will pay attention to that and find out that they aren't going to be bidding on it because of the residents here being so close to the plant. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Mayor Herbeck, I don't see any additional hands.
Okay, next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Unless I hear any objections, the consent agenda will stand approved. Seeing no objections, the consent agenda stands approved. Next up, we have a public hearing regarding ordinance 22-0543, adopting 6-month interim regulations for the development within the transit-oriented development district overlay, presented by Community Development Director Debbie Bent.
Good evening, Council. I missed the last bit of the Mayor's introduction, but I assume he said we're here for a public hearing this evening, which we certainly are. So just to give some context for the hearing before the Mayor opens this to public comment, this is to establish interim regulations to allow development within the transit-oriented development district overlay area, and also repeal the 6-month moratorium, which is due to expire on February 16th. The findings and justification for interim regulations are outlined in the ordinance 22-0543, which is attached to the agenda item. And this provides for additional time for the Planning Commission to review the TOD district regulations as part of the state mandated comprehensive plan update. The purpose of the TOD is to provide concentrations of mixed use development at intensities that support and are supported by multimodal transportation, including high capacity transit. Adoption of interim regulations allows development applications at appropriate densities within the TOD, consistent with the city's long-range planning, prior to completion of the city's regulatory review process. A recommendation from the Planning Commission is anticipated to come before Council later this year. The interim regulations, the purpose of that would prohibit townhome development, and for those properties that do not choose to develop under the TOD provisions, They would have to meet the base underlying density of the underlying zone and include at least 10% of the total number of units as affordable units. So that is an outline of the purpose of the interim regulations and what would be allowed by them. The interim regulations would be in effect for 6 months, and this would, as I stated earlier, allow the Planning Commission the time to come forward with a recommendation on the TOD regulations. Thank you.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Bent before we open up the public hearing? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, so I declare the public hearing open. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up or showing or wanting to testify?
I see no hands raised. Oh, I see one hand raised. Ms. Valenzuela, stand by.
And if anybody else out there wants to comment, use the raise hand feature and we'll get you in the queue.
Hi, Stacy Valenzuela. I don't see the timer yet. Thank you. In regards to the affordable housing units, I think that the previous was 25% that we were looking for and hoping for in the TOD, even 40% in the low 50% or below affordable housing units would be more desired, and that would make these more pristine. And since we so desperately need the affordable housing here in Kenmore, and as you all well know, that there will be from the unemployment, the pandemic, so many people that will need affordable housing that we do not have. I think it is especially important that the council increase that amount to 25% to 40% on these units in the TOD. Several times it has been stated that the number one priority of the council starting in last year was supposed to be affordable housing. And I'd like to see you take action and put this forward so that we can assure that the developers will make this their priority too, to help Kenmore have affordable housing units in the 50 below or 30% below, since we're in such desperate need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valenzuela. Mayor Herbig, I don't see any additional hands.
Okay, is there anybody else wishing to be heard? Anybody else wishing to be heard? Last call, is there anybody else wishing to be heard? Okay, I'm declaring the public hearing closed. So move on to the business agenda. First item is ordinance number 22-0543, repealing the 6-month moratorium and establishing interim regulations for a 6-month period with development for development within the transit-oriented development district overlay, presented by Community Development Director Debbie Bent.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff would recommend council pass such a motion. And to respond to the public comment, the TOD regulations currently require 10% affordable units. That is the current regulations when developing under those requirements. And the interim regulations put into effect if developing under the underlying zone would also require 10%. The Planning Commission is working on the TOD regulations, and again, we'll be bringing forward a recommendation later this year. Thank you.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I really appreciated the public comment tonight, and I share the very same concern. Affordable housing is our #1 priority. And here, yet again, we have a recommendation similar to the old Band-Aid method of tried and true practices that don't work for Kenmore in creating real affordable housing and affordable housing units in a meaningful way. At 10%, let's take a good example of even the Spencer's reduction, right? You get 10 units per building. That's not much. And even at what was considered affordable housing at 80%, that's market rate. So in the TOD, we're trying to make sure access is a issue that can be attainable to persons needing to live affordably and also rely upon public transportation more likely. 10% is not going to do it with the housing. So I'd rather see a change in this number, and I'd rather that we amend that later in our discussion there tonight. So I do not support number 3 on this recommendation as it stands. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councilmember Baker. You're muted.
I really feel that the affordability requirement is too low. We need to have affordable units at the 30% level. And my understanding is only a small percentage of the units will be at the 30% level. I think we need to have staff bring before us some requirements to meet the more demand that we have at the 30% level. I'm thinking of seniors, I'm thinking of people that are employed in coffee shops, in grocery stores, and a number of other places. I really feel that council needs to look at the affordability requirement for units in the TOD.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, maybe this is a staff question. Can we clarify? I guess I thought that's what the Planning Commission was actually looking at in order to bring us back an ordinance, a permanent ordinance. This is an interim for a few months. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councilmember Shrubnik. So Planning Commission will be bringing forward recommendations to you. I've heard from Councilmember File and Councilmember Baker that they would be interested in looking at increasing the amount of affordability and the level of affordability. I will certainly pass on those comments to the Planning Commission.
Councilmember Marshall.
I also am interested in increasing the levels of affordability after we get through this interim period.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
I would be interested in both items that Councilmember File and Councilmember Baker brought forward. I think they're very important.
Councilmember Kugler.
Thank you, Mayor Herbig. I agree with all of my colleagues. I think we want to find the right balance to maximize affordable housing in our city while also encouraging development, because ultimately it's going to take a lot of increased supply to lower the cost of housing in our city. So we have to do all of that. I think it's critically important that we wait for that conversation that the Planning Commission is having with potential developers, to hear from them and make sure we're making that right decision on what that threshold should be. But I feel comfortable moving forward with this ordinance to extend interim regulations for 6 months till September, until Planning Commission has had time to work out those recommendations.
Yeah, and I agree with my colleagues here. I think we do need to find the right balance. We do know that if we put too high of an affordability requirement, we won't see development. And if we put too low of one, then we'll be losing opportunities. So there's finding that right balance is super important. And I agree with Councilmember Kugler. I'm fine with what we have in front of us, and then making sure that we're looking at that in the long run with what the Planning Commission is bringing back to us. Councilmember File.
Thank you. I just would like to add, I really believe that if we look at a 25% a quarter of the units be available at low or very low income, and I believe our Planning Commission had already defined that as 30 to 40% and under 50%. That is the mark where we're missing our community. And we also can all look to some of our recent programs that we've enacted, like direct cash assistance, and who has been able to access that and where the need has been. It's a really good indicator. But 10% is not going to get a meaningful a pathway, even with a short-term window. And either we are committed to our number one goal or we're not. So I'm not willing to go sideways on this. That's where I'm going to sit. So I would prefer to amend number 3 to state at least 25%. And I would hope for a second.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Councilmember File, would you please restate your motion?
I move to amend item 3 to at least 25%, just to read at least 25%, striking 10.
I'm sorry, where are we seeing item number 3? I'm looking at the agenda bill. I'm looking at the ordinance itself.
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
if you go to Exhibit A to the ordinance, specifically, it would be subsection 18.29.04, I'm sorry, 030, subsection C, subsection 3.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, I see that. Okay.
Would you repeat that for the clerk one more time, City Attorney?
Yes, happy to do so. I believe the motion pertains to Exhibit A to the ordinance, specifically amending section 18.29.030, subsection C.3 to read at least 25% instead of 10%.
Correct.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion. Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, in spirit, I absolutely agree. That we're discussing this tonight is a little bit unfortunate. I don't know whether we have any latitude. The Planning Commission's panel with developers is tomorrow. I know I'm attending, and you're going to listen to what that balance point is and try to ask some questions around, what would it look like if it were 25%? What would be needed to actually get development? Because the worst thing that can happen is we get no development at all. So I guess my question is, do we have any latitude to push this off one meeting so we can at least hear from the developers? So if I may, just procedurally, and timing wise, I believe your moratorium is about to expire in 2 days. Okay. So without any action, you would have no regulations. Got it.
Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, I mean, in order to accomplish this, I'm certainly willing to buy that down. That's just my opinion. If it takes city funds or arch funds or whatever to buy that down, then so be it.
Councilmember Kugler.
And that was going to be my question for staff. I mean, can we buy down units, and/or are there other incentives for increasing the affordable unit percentage that they ultimately build?
That is certainly an option. I would like to just speak to the change that is being suggested. This would only apply to development that chooses to develop under the underlying zone. So it's for those developments. If in the interim period, somebody chose to develop with the TOD regulations, that would be 10%. So all the purpose of this change is basically saying it's prohibiting townhomes. And if you're developing in the underlying zoning, you have to comply with the base density and you have to meet 10% affordability. We made that consistent with the current regulations. That was the reason for the 10%, to make it the same as if somebody was developing under the TOD regulations. That's what the purpose of this is for. So I would recommend that it stays at 10% to be consistent with the TOD regulations. And I will certainly pass on your comments that you are interested when the Planning Commission is coming forward or debating what the percentage of affordability should be in the TOD going forward, that there is a council interest in increasing that percentage.
Councilmember File and then Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you. This is where I also concur with Councilmember Baker. I believe if we have to make an investment in the property to buy down units or enter into a public land trust so that there's a longer term commitment to keeping the affordable housing units once developed, I think that would be a better way to go. Using the former approach that Kenmore has used in the past has not worked. And here again, we have the recommendation for just that. And why I really respect the hard work and effort put into this, I have to push back and say, this is just not gonna, it won't make this work for our community. It won't help us get any closer if we look at just 10%. And if we're gonna be committed to our goals, we have to take greater measures.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yeah, at first, the 25% struck me as at least somewhat surprising because it was above the 10, and it's a definitive approach to say, okay, we want affordable housing here. But, on continued reflection, this is exactly where we want to have affordable housing. It's right next to transit. It's in our areas that have the infrastructure, that have the amenities, and the areas most susceptible to that. And then if we put in, I think, an interim measure that maybe it's too high to attract development, maybe 25% turns out to be too high. Well, we do have the Planning Commission working on some further informed decision that might be less than that. So we're not going to lose anything. It would be the reverse. We would lose if we went too low at this point, I think, and then get a bunch of stuff in there that doesn't have the type of housing we envision for our priorities with the council. So I'm convinced, at least for right now, for interim at the 25%.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yeah. Councilmember Marshall, I really appreciate your comments there. I think you put together the puzzle really eloquently. In addition to this being in alignment with our top priority of affordable housing, increasing affordability in Kenmore, we know what's happening in the economy right now. There's no doubt that people are in need of affordable housing, and the number of people in need of affordable housing is increasing. And what 30% of median income is, I mean, or whatever we set, whatever comes forward as our ultimate low-income housing threshold there, we have many people in our community and region in need of affordable housing. There's something I'm trying to say here, but I can say this. I know someone who is in affordable housing in Kenmore, and it's not affordable, and they need it desperately, and they are well below. They are at the 10% threshold, I believe, and it's so important to make it affordable housing affordable to people who have more even. But anyway, I just think this is so important, and I like the sense that why not do this while the Planning Commission is trying? Let's see what the impact is. And I think these apartments will be filled. I don't think there'll be any problem filling them. And when people have affordable housing, they can invest in their communities by shopping and purchasing things beyond just sustaining and surviving in their lives. So I think this is a very worthwhile motion. So thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? on the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll?
Thank you, Mayor Herbig. On the motion to amend language in Exhibit A, amending 18.29030 subsection C3 to read at least 25% instead of 10%. Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we're back to the main ordinance. And actually went out of order. We should have taken a motion to do the main ordinance first and then amend it, but I think we all understand where we are right now. Do we have any further discussion on the ordinance before moving forward? Okay, the chair would entertain a motion to move amended ordinance number 22-0543, repealing the 6-month moratorium and establishing interim regulations for a 6-month period for development within the transit-oriented development district overlay area.
So move,
So
Councilmember.
moved. Second.
All right, we have Councilmember File moving it, Councilmember Baker second. Any further discussion? Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted unanimously.
Okay, next item on the agenda, residential renter protection regulations presented by Community Development Director Debbie Bent. Ms. Bent?
Thank you, Mayor. So we have a PowerPoint presentation this evening, which I will begin to share. And I'd also like the clerk to promote, if they're in the audience, Katie Wilson, who is with the Transit Riders Union, Edmund Witter, who's with the Housing Justice Project, and Jim Henderson, who's representing the Rental Housing Association of Washington. I'm going to attempt to share my screen. Hold on, please. And did that work?
No.
Shoot. If I could ask the city clerk for some assistance.
Yes, stand by. Let me go ahead and grab that PowerPoint and maybe I can share it for you. Also, Debbie, your video is off.
I realized that I was trying to work on sharing the screen here, so.
Okay. Okay, Council. Give me 1 second to cue that up.
No problem.
Maybe we should take a 5-minute recess while this gets worked out.
I can't imagine it's going to take 5 minutes, will it?
Well, I can begin talking while the city clerk is sharing that. So I think we have the presentation is in 4 parts. The first part will be the city attorney, and here we go. We're almost there, I think.
Let me see. Do you see the correct screen or not the correct screen?
I don't think I'm not sure what everybody else is seeing.
Mayor, what do you see?
I see it's in presentation mode, so I can see both the first slide and the next slide coming. There we go.
Okay, let's roll.
Okay, so we can go to the next slide, please. So here is what we will be talking about this evening. And the first part of it will be the city attorney giving an overview of the current laws that are in effect. And then I would ask Katie and Edmund to talk about the model ordinance. And it's a model ordinance, which is basically a starting point. It is putting together some of the stronger tenant protections, and that is for council consideration. And then I would ask, the third part would be Jim Henderson to give perspectives from the renter's perspective. Then I'll give a quick overview of the current regulations, and we can begin to review the suite of potential renter protections for council consideration. Based on council direction this evening, the city attorney and I would then do some more work to bring back a proposal for you to kind of take a look at which ones you're interested in, maybe do a comparison of state law, the model ordinance, or some other regulations in other jurisdictions, and bring that forward. Next slide, please, Anastasia. So now I would like to turn this over to the city attorney to give you the framework of the state laws. She's not going to read point by point all the slides. She's probably going to highlight several of them. So if I could turn this over to Dawn. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Bent. As introduced, I have been asked tonight to present to council a summary of Landlord-Tenant Act laws adopted by the state. Understanding that landlord-tenant laws is a very large subject matter, I've attempted to approach tonight's presentation as more of a big picture, discussing and outlining those laws to give council a better understanding of the existing foundation of tenant protections so that council may better build on that foundation if it so chooses, or leave the foundation as it is, if it so desires. So as you see here in the Residential Tenant Act laws, I'm just going to call it the Act because that's a bit of a mouthful. Essentially what you have is a state law that regulates the relationship between landlords and tenants. It provides obligations and duties with procedures and remedies for violations. As Director Bent mentioned, I am not going to read every bullet point. Instead, what you're seeing really is my attempt to summarize a very long chapter to make it more layperson friendly. But also what I will do is highlight those topics that are applicable or relevant for tonight's discussion. So first of all, obviously, it has to be a dwelling unit that's fit for human habitation. But other than that, I'd like you to note that the state law does, in fact, require 60-day notice for a rent increase. And I believe that was mentioned in public testimony. Also, that there's notice as you skip down, there's a required 14-day notice to pay rent or vacate. Below that, there's a 20-day notice of termination or a 90-day for change of policy relating to children, or 120 days for conversion to condominium or substantial rehabilitation. I'm pointing those out, not necessarily thinking you guys will understand when those apply, but understanding that this act has lots of notice requirements, depending on what a landlord seeks to do with that tenancy. The state law currently, as of 2021, adopted what's called just cause evictions. We'll get into more details in a few minutes. Also, existing law prohibits requiring tenants to waive their rights in a rental agreement. Next slide, please. In addition, additional protections I think that are interesting for tonight is that landlord, second bullet, is required to apply payments to rent first. It prohibits landlords from discriminating about the source of income. So they need to accept those income sources.
Interesting on the fourth, 1, 2, 3, 4, again, they have relocation assistance programs. First, there's one for condemnation if a local entity condemns a unit, but you'll see later on it also authorizes relocation assistance. This is the second bullet from the bottom for low-income tenants. And there's a process, if the council's interested in that, which would include a public hearing to determine what relocation assistance costs actually cost. There would be policies, including appeals to hearing examiner, superior court, and a requirement that the local entity pay half of the relocation costs determined from that public hearing, and the landlord pay the other half. Also at the bottom, the state law provides the tenant to request installment payment for deposits and non-refundable fees and last month's rent installment upon certain conditions. I think those are going to be clarified a little bit more with the next presenters. Next slide, please. And just cause evictions, that is exactly what it sounds like. Instead of a landlord being able to simply terminate a tenancy for no reason at all, legislature now requires just cause or good cause, a good reason to end the tenancy. And again, as one public person testified to, there are 16 different just cause reasons. These are really a summary of those. First and foremost, failure to pay rent, breach of your rental agreement, committing waste or nuisance. All of these, by the way, require certain notice. I didn't want to add all that again. I was trying to keep it more big picture rather than every step in the procedure to do so. Going down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the fifth bullet point, an owner, a landlord could determine that they don't want to own it anymore and wants to sell it. So that is a just cause reason. Or if it needs to be, that same premise needs to be demolished, rehabilitated, or there's a conversion change to use, such as a condominium. Again, different notice requirements. And next slide, please. A few more just cause eviction reasons. Let's look at the rental agreement has expired. There's been notice given, a new rental agreement offered, but the tenant refuses to sign. The third bullet point, if a tenant knowingly misrepresents or omits material information in a screening application, and that information would have led the landlord to either asking for more information or having taken an adverse action on the application. And then the last two talks about if someone fails to register as a sex offender during the tenancy, or failed to disclose it was needed, or makes unwanted sexual advances, or commits sexual harassment at certain persons on the premises. Next slide, please. So with those just cause evictions, a landlord cannot waive or require a tenant to waive these state law requirements. If they do, and it's put in an agreement and it's found that they're doing that, then they're liable for up to 2 months rent. And if a landlord removes a tenant in violation, they're liable for 3 times the monthly rent with reasonable attorneys and court costs, fees and court costs. Next slide, please. So these protections, actually, we've been discussing because of the COVID pandemic. So what I've just discussed are permanent, though, well, they're permanent in that there's no time restriction attached to them, but the next protections actually do have deadlines. For non-payment of rent protections, the deadline occurs, it started from March 1st, 2020, and ends, that period of time would end December 30th of 2021. So the protection says a landlord may not charge late fees if a tenant has failed to pay rent that accrued during that time period. A landlord may not report to a prospective landlord of the tenant's failure to pay rent during that time period. Next slide, please. And the prospective landlord cannot take adverse action based on a tenant's failure to pay rent during that time period. The current and prospective landlord may not deny, discourage application for, or make unavailable a renting dwelling unit because of medical history, including, of course, whether a prospective or existing tenant has COVID or had COVID-19. And I'm going to jump down to the last one. Same kind of remedies. If the landlord violates these protections, then they're also going to be liable for a civil action for 2.5 times the monthly rent, attorney's fees, and court costs. Next slide, please. So those were non-payment rent protections. These are non-payment rent protections from March 1st, 2020, but are still good, if you will, because it is until the end of the public emergency, which, as we all know, has not been declared to be ended yet. So if a tenant has unpaid rent that accrued during that time period, which is we're still in, then a landlord must offer a reasonable repayment plan prior to evicting for non-payment of rent. And that repayment plan cannot include anything above 1/3 of monthly rent charges. So, for example, I gave you an example. If there's a $1,500 month payment, then you can only charge $500. It's 1/3 of what the rent is. The repayment plan cannot start until the plan's offered, so 30 days. It cannot cover late fees, legal fees, or other charges. And it can't require the tenant, and that's a theme, a thread you'll hear throughout. It can't require the tenant to waive their rights to agree to pay for agreement fees when they're not supposed to, or require them, again, to waive their rights in a rental agreement. Next slide. And lastly, hold on. I'm sorry, this isn't lastly, still same time period. Landlord must allow payments from any source of income. Again, the tenant needs to accept that within 14 days. And if they fail to do that, it allows the landlord to move forward on eviction. But it is a defense to eviction if a landlord fails to offer that reasonable repayment plan. Court must review tenants' circumstances, including loss of income due to COVID-19 and the terms that were offered. Next slide, please. And these two last ones, the ERP Eviction Resolution program is actually, I believe, ends in 2023. So it's also temporary. And it's essentially creating or facilitating dispute resolution. So dispute resolution is required in the notice. Landlord must include 14-day notice in any notice of eviction. And then lastly, the courts are authorized to appoint attorneys for indigent tenants, which is new because those types of fees have never been awarded in civil proceedings before. And that is permanent. I didn't see any timeline for that last bullet point. So those are the blanket, if you will, the existing state law protections. And I am going to end my presentation and defer remaining remarks for the next presenters, which I believe are Ms. Wilson, Mr. Witter, and Mr. Henderson. Thank you.
So Katie or Edmund, if you are here, could ask you to talk about the model ordinance from your perspective and what it includes. The slide is showing a summary of the ordinance.
Sure. Great. Well, thank you, Debbie and Dawn and council members. It's great to be here with you tonight. So I'm Katie Wilson. I'm the General Secretary of the Transit Riders Union, and we've been working with the many organizations of the Stay Housed, Stay Healthy Coalition since early last year on implementing stronger protections for renters across King County, both in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic and also, as we're considering tonight, stronger permanent renter protections to improve housing stability for the long term. So as Debbie explained earlier, this model ordinance that we have shared with you all is a compilation of some of the stronger renter protections that are in place in other jurisdictions nearby. It includes elements of a package that was passed by the King County Council last year for unincorporated areas of the county like Skyway and White Center. And it includes a few additional or stronger elements that are in place in specific cities in King County like Federal Way, Auburn, and Seattle. This model ordinance is definitely not exhaustive. There are many other protections in place in some of these jurisdictions that are not in our model ordinance that may also be worth considering. And so I really appreciate the expansive approach that your city staff have taken in putting together a great chart that shows a whole bunch of options, including but not limited to what we've suggested here. So with that, I'm just going to hand it over to Ed, who will walk us through the pieces of the model ordinance.
Hi, so thanks for having me here and thanks for putting this on your agenda. So my name is Evan Witter. I'm from the King County Bar Association, where I work on housing issues. I also teach housing law at Seattle University School of Law. So I do want to say, like, I agree with Katie that this is not an exhaustive ordinance. I could probably think of a few tweaks here and there, and maybe some clarifying bits. But mostly what this does is I think takes what a lot of the presentation talked about earlier, sort of the state law, and the state laws have a lot of gaps in them. And this tries to fill them and actually simplify it in a lot of ways so that it's a lot more straightforward for landlords and tenants in your actual jurisdiction. One thing that's a little bit different that this does and kind of supplements state law is on the first thing, which is about rent increases. So it's not actually telling a landlord how much they can raise their rent or not. The only thing it does is actually just provide about 180 days notice, which is similar to a law that actually Seattle had passed earlier this past year or last year in 2021, that if a landlord wants to raise the rent, that they have to provide at least 6 months notice essentially to that tenant. Right now under state law, it's 60 days. This is supposed to just increase it to make it a little bit higher. Some in Auburn, it's 120 days. And I know here you have a 90-day notice. And similarly in King County and unincorporated parts of King County, it's 120 days. So there's a little bit of a precedent for that. But in addition, if a rent increase is above 5%, it would require the landlord to pay about 3 months of rent to that tenant to be able to relocate. So again, it's not prohibiting that rent increase, but it is allowing that under certain circumstances. In addition, it does some things that a lot of other laws locally have done in Auburn, Burien, King County, which is that it provides for an installment plan for anyone who's trying to move in and also caps those move-in fees. State law does provide an installment plan when a tenant moves in. So when a tenant moves in, they often have to pay a securities deposit. They have to pay a last month's rent. They have to pay a first month's rent. There's oftentimes about 3 months or so of payments to be able to do that. I know you heard at the beginning of the testimony or at the beginning of the public comment, you were hearing from presenters from Mary's Place and other social services organizations. And a pretty common issue is not having that money up front to be able to pay to that landlord. So this does two things here in the ordinance. Number one, it restricts the overall amount that the landlord can charge to 1 month of rent, similar to what Auburn passed last year, in King County as well. Actually, Auburn did it 2 years ago. But it also requires an installment plan. And so state law does have an installment plan, but it's very limited circumstances. It doesn't apply in all cases, and actually the tenant has to ask for it. So the landlord's not required to actually offer it to the tenant. And this is a big distinction, is that this one it's a little bit more mandatory. There's a cap on late fees, which is again, it's at the same rate that Auburn passed a couple of years ago. And it also just takes all the just causes that are in state law and kind of makes them a little bit more simpler. And helps like kind of clarify, because the state law is actually a little bit complicated, but this one kind of just contains them and makes them more straightforward. There's a lot of additional other miscellaneous protections that help, I think, help people who are have a disability or have adult children in the household. A common problem, and the reason why this comes up, is right now, if under state and federal law, you are allowed to live with your minor children, but once they become 18, you technically are not. And when they turn 18, it's pretty common for a landlord to demand that 18-year-old or 19-year-old who maybe is still in high school to sign the lease agreement. And so we often see in my practice a lot of 18, 19-year-olds who sign the lease agreement, they go off to college, maybe something bad happened to their parents in the meantime when they really weren't there, and then they try to find an apartment when they're 22, 23 years old, and they find that their credit's been ruined at that point because maybe their parents fell behind on rent, and it kind of created this sort of friction there where ultimately there's this problem where that tenant has a shot credit. In addition, there's also just restrictions on discrimination against due to immigration status and requiring a social security number. This was actually based on a report or a memo we did a few years ago, where we found that actually landlords did not need a social security number. And it's a pretty common problem for undocumented persons, but anyway, actually people who are here with visas, people who are foreign, maybe just don't have a social security number. It's pretty common for those individuals to be able to rent apartments, but we did find that it could be discouraging for those individuals who maybe don't want to disclose that they don't have a social security number. And the last little bit is that it creates a rental housing inspection program. I would probably add a couple things to that, and I can send those additional comments to something that's in the ordinance that was provided. But it also extends deceptive and unfair business practices laws to residential housing. These are laws that on a federal and state level pretty much apply to every single industry, but not landlord-tenant. And so this just extends it there, which is something that King County did last year. That was a long list, but I'm happy to take any questions or if you have specific questions about any of the policies.
I think if I could ask if council might hold the questions and we can maybe get through the presentation, because I know that council probably does have a lot of questions. Next slide, please, Anastasia. Jim Henderson is kind of left the meeting. You did hear from him during public comment, and you heard from somebody else from the owner's perspective, sort of outlining some concerns from the owner's perspective. So you have heard some of the comments raised by the owners, but unfortunately they are not here to expand on that further at this time. So we'll just keep going. And next slide, please, Anastasia. Just as a reminder, which has been referenced a couple of times, Kenmore does have a notice of rent increase that was adopted in 2019, requiring 90 days if the rent increased by more than 10%. So there is a chapter in the Kenmore Municipal Code with those requirements, and if there are additional rent protections that council pursues, this is probably where they'll land in this section of the code. Next slide, please. Kenmore also adopted regulations related to the pandemic, and these 4 regulations will remain in effect as long as the emergency declaration remains in effect. So this is just a little reminder that we do have some regulations specifically related to the pandemic. Next slide, please. So I'm going to quickly run through some of these suite of policies. And there's also a summary table in your agenda packet, which kind of gives a little bit more detail. After I've run through these, then we'll get into council questions, either about the model ordinance or about some of this suite of protection policies that council wishes to pursue. So if we look at the notice of rent increase, this is asking landlords to give an amount of notice prior to increasing rent. 60 to 180 days. There is legislation pending that would also increase that to 180 days. King County has 120. The model ordinance is suggesting 180. No rent increase if the property is in poor condition. Both Seattle and King County have this kind of regulation in effect. A cap on late fees, again, this would be in the model ordinance, is suggesting a $10 cap, which is similar to, Auburn also has that cap. King County has a percentage of the tenant's monthly rent as a cap. And Dawn also referred to the state law, which has a cap in there as well. A cap on moving fees, this establishes a cap on moving fees and security deposit, and the model ordinance is suggesting a 1 month rent. King County has a similar requirement, and there's also state law regulations around that as well, which Dawn alluded to. A right to a payment plan, again, state law. It gives 3 months. The model ordinance has 6 months. King County also has a 6 month requirement as well. Source of income discrimination, that is state law. So all jurisdictions are required to comply with that. Next slide, please. Rental unit registration inspection program. Seattle, Auburn, Renton, there are several jurisdictions in King County that have a rental unit registration and inspection program. That is something that the city does not have right now. So that would certainly require resources to establish. Just cause eviction. Dawn went through the state law requirements on that. And the model ordinance is also asking for some regulations around that, and other jurisdictions in King County have similar requirements. Right to relocation assistance, again, there are state laws around this, and model ordinance is proposing some regulations which Edmund described to you, which are stronger than state law. And right to live with family, again, there are some state laws around this. And the model ordinance is also speaking to this, and other cities like the city of Seattle have adopted regulations as well. Criminal background checks. Seattle prohibits use of criminal history in screening, and there are HUD regulations around this requirement as well. Next slide, please. We're getting close. I know this has been a lot to sit through. Barring discrimination on immigration, state law has regulations on this, and as does King County. Barring the use of social security number, again, state law, and excuse me, in King County. Deceptive practices in rental housing, again, state law has some regulations around this, as does King County. Rent due for fixed income, state law and King County as well. And the landlord, I think the model ordinance speaks to this, and Edmund described that. So that is the presentation. I'm going to have to grab some water here, but I think it's open to council questions.
All right. Questions? Councilmember Marshall and then Councilmember File.
Thank you. So, Mr. Witter, what are any considerations that you've made for small landlords? I know a lot of work of our council has been to expand, I think, opportunities, some of which I've disagreed with, for accessory dwelling units, with the idea that we're going to see an increase in rather fixed income or lower income people needing to rent out their parts of their backyard or other parts of their house, et cetera. So talking small landlords, are there any distinctions in any of these proposed ordinances for smaller landlords? I could see where it makes sense, and it makes sense to me to have a number of the financial ones borne by an outfit that does a lot of business and has big money and a lot of tenants. But for smaller places, to me, it doesn't seem to make too much sense.
Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you, council member. Well, first of all, there isn't any distinction within the actual ordinance here that's presented to you between like a small or large landlord, I think, as you aptly pointed out. I think it's good to kind of step back though and think about who are the different types of small landlords we see. I have to say, within my practice, there's a lot of great small landlords I see. I rent from a small landlord here in my place. But I also sometimes see some of the worst offenders in small landlords too. I mean, some of the worst, like whether it's sexual harassment towards a tenant, whether there's other type of discrimination that's going on. And so I would be weary of doing too much of a distinction, because I see a lot of vulnerable households too end up in those situations. You know, whether it's a big corporate landlord or whether it's a small landlord, I see just as many things go wrong too, at least in my practice here. So I would be weary of that. There was recently, though, I'm not sure if there's like a concern about whether it would impact housing stock or maybe just, you know, encourage someone not to go into that line of business. There was recently a UW survey that was done by the Public Policy School or the Evans School, where they did do a survey in Seattle after they passed a lot of tenant protections and found that regulations were not really having a negative impact on actually small landlords from pulling out. Other factors seem to contribute to it, like rising housing costs, and frankly, which is tempting to liquidate under. So we didn't put any actual distinctions here. And again, it's, you know, the wrong, whether it's a small landlord or a big landlord, is still the wrong. So I don't think it really makes too much sense to make too much of a distinction based on the status or size of that landlord, if that makes sense. But it's a good thought, though.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. So I have a couple questions. What of these can also apply to our renters and mobile home developments, let alone plots of land they might also rent for their mobile home unit?
Yeah, that's a good question, Councilor. I would definitely, I think, to clarify who it's ultimately trying to impact, because I know that in Kenmore you do have a number of mobile home parks there. I think it would probably be good in the definition of tenant to clarify that you're referring to both residential tenancies under 5918 and also mobile home tenants under 5920, or to clarify that you're meaning to include both of those.
Okay, and so that would be enough to offer the clarification then. I do want to thank you all for putting together this comprehensive list and narrowing it in for us and simplifying it. I really like this sheet you put together, Ms. Bent, and I like to look at it as a go and no-go kind of options. Overall, I really appreciate some of the inclusions of banning some predatory practices. And I'm looking forward to making some recommendations tonight. So thank you.
And just to clarify for council, I'm hoping that once we get through this initial run of questions, that we will be able to go through the list item by item and give thumbs up, thumbs down on what we want included and not included in something brought back to council. So Councilmember Baker and then Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes. There is a number of husband and wives in Kenmore that own a rental unit, and they have suffered financially the past 2 years. So I cannot support putting any more restrictions on them.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Well, a number of questions. And it's great to see you, Edmund. I remember you from King County. So I'll just go through them. So the no increase in rent if property is in poor condition. So do we know what we mean by poor condition? Because inhabitability is already part of state law. So I guess I want to clarify on that. That's one. The source of income discrimination, that's already state and maybe federal law, but it's at least state law. So I'm not sure what we're looking for there that would be above and beyond that. I guess the overarching question on all of these is what are we looking for that's above and beyond the existing state law, and why are we looking for that? Like what's the problem that you've heard about? What's the scale of the problem, and that we're trying to address? Because what I've heard mostly from our residents is it's affordable housing. It's not these things. It's that the housing is too expensive. And I don't feel like these are necessarily going to address that. I'd love it if they did, but I don't know that they do. The third question is the unit registration and inspection. Do you have any sense of what that takes to implement? That's a whole program that needs to be administered. And then just cause. The specific question is, what specifically are we adding to the state regulation? What are we trying to do that's above and beyond, and why? And then the last question, that might be the last one. I think that's, well, maybe if you can provide an example, I guess you kind of provide an example of the child issue. I guess the immigration is the other. I believe there's already law that you can't discriminate on the basis of that, but I guess I'd want some clarification on that.
So those are all good questions. I'm going to try to go through them one by one if I can, try to be as succinctly as possible. So just starting with the last one regarding immigration status. Immigration status, you are right, was recently added as protected class by the legislature a couple of years ago. It's not, in terms of its application to housing though, this tries to go a little bit further to clarify what that means. So California, for example, has a law that's very much like this, where it just does not allow you, or it restricts the use of that social security number, which if you're undocumented, you don't have. Or for example, if you are an immigrant, you may not have it. And so we want to make sure that
social security, it's the social security.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah. So with respect to the just cause provisions here, so the just cause statute within the state one just has a lot of holes in it. There's a lot of loopholes, a lot of ways to get around it. So this is about plugging those simple ones. Some of the most common ones that we tend to see is when the lease is up. So if your lease expires, it's kind of complicated the way the state one works. But generally, if you rent an apartment for a year and you have successive leases and they're up, then potentially landlord can just give you a 60 days notice on that. And there's also just some other holes that we've trying to see over the last year since it basically passed that has just sort of made things a little bit hard for it to work. So it's trying to sort of plug that sort of lease loophole, which was a big issue at the statewide level, and try to really kind of make it simpler down here. Again, that's what Federal Way and Auburn already did, and that's also what King County did here. I can kind of write up a little bit more for you if you would like on follow-up on that one, but I don't want to get too much in the weeds on that. With respect to the source of income, this one doesn't really have source of income protection necessarily in the ordinance. You are right that state law does have a source of income discrimination law. What this one's actually doing is a little bit different. It's just saying that if you're on a fixed income, it can just alter the due date. Now there is
that's a different clause. I wasn't asking about that one. Okay, thanks.
Okay. And then you had another question about, I'm trying to think I'm sorry, I apologize.
The poor condition no increase in rent if property is in poor condition. What do we mean by that?
Yeah, so it refers to 59-18-060, which is the general landlord duties. It's kind of the baseline statute of what the landlord actually has to do. So poor conditions would essentially be if the landlord's not complying with that, which is just sort of basic stuff that you would see in most rental agreements.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else have any questions? Councilmember Kugler.
I have a question about the 180 days notice for rent increases. I mean, on the face of it, more advanced notice for a rent increase obviously is great for the tenant, and that I'm supportive of. But I wonder if there's been much data or other cities who have been doing this for a while to know whether this has unintended consequences. Like, for example, if people know that they have to give 6 months notice for rent increases, are they automatically increasing then every 6 months and just kind of saying like, yeah, I'm going to increase it because who knows what's going to happen in 6 months time? Do you know, maybe Edmund, if there's been data about this? Is 180 days, like, do we know definitively that it gets better outcomes versus 120 days or 150 days or 90 days?
Well, I don't know of any study about really kind of looking at what consequences it would have. I think most landlord-tenant relationship, especially in the more multi-family, like larger buildings, they kind of set these in as it is. So they kind of every year you're expecting to get that kind of rent increase. So I wouldn't expect they would have a big adjustment on their part because they're just going to factor it into their business model. In terms of whether it has any impact on smaller landlords who maybe are a little bit more off the cuff, a little bit more, I honestly can't see it because, for example, I mean, I live in a place where my landlord, I'm not even sure if he knows that there are regulations that exist in landlord-tenant law. But I can't imagine that he would actually factor this in much more, but it would at least provide a little bit better notice if he were to say increase the rent, which I do know he has done, especially for my downstairs neighbor where he increased it $1,100 recently. And that person effectively had 2 months before he had to be able to move out on it. So that sort of large rent increase is more for the benefit of the tenant, but I would have a hard time seeing that it's really going to impact the landlord's business model at the end of the day. It just means that you do have to, because you are running a business, maybe think 6 months out in the future of, well, if I'm going to raise the rent a year from now, I just need to get that notice out 6 months, if that makes sense. I can't have it have a huge impact on the landlord side. It seems like it's really more about giving that tenant that opportunity and heads up that's what's going to happen and to start making those next plans. Especially when you have households with children, or you do have to start thinking about moving your school district or moving your school. Those 6 months are a big deal. Again, I say this as somebody who is a parent with 2 children in school districts. Like, I think I would want that type of planning. And I see with a lot of my clients that they are struggling as well when they have to sort of get up and move just on a 60 days notice, because it's a lot to handle in that time frame.
Sorry, just looking around for any other hands. I was a little disappointed that Mr. Henderson didn't hang around because I was going to ask him what harm landlords felt from having to plan a little bit further ahead when it came to, notifying people about rent increases. Or, to find out how a payment plan of move-in fees might harm a landlord. I was confused about the pushback on some of these things and was really looking forward to some answers on these, but unfortunately, he's not here to answer those questions. Councilmember Marshall.
Thanks. What were the exceptions on the criminal background checks? Anybody know?
Oh, for the Seattle Fair Chance Ordinance or for the state law bill that was up there?
I think it's the one that's going to be proposed here also. It said, no criminal background checks with some exceptions. I didn't know how that worked. If there were exceptions, then do you run the background check first? And then I don't understand how it works.
No, I don't know if I can answer. I don't actually.
I think I might be able to answer that because I was actually looking at this in Seattle's law a couple of days ago. So I believe there's exceptions in that case for kind of what you pointed out before, cases where a tenant is living on the same property where the landlord lives. So in the cases of an accessory dwelling unit or a detached accessory dwelling unit, or something where the tenant is living in the same house structure as a landlord, then I believe that there's exceptions for that no background check. And then also you are still allowed to run a sex offender registry check, which is, different from a criminal background check, but that's, I guess, could be considered an exception.
Thank you.
Do we have any further questions before we start going through the individual items? Okay, Councilmember File.
Yes, thank you. The one question I have really relates to household income. So one of the common threads we hear from some larger landlords are, oh, your child has turned 18, they have to be on the lease, we won't renew a lease without that lease, without them signing on as a leasee, and that impactor. So understandably, I understand in other states and even in unincorporated King County, the household income still can be accounted for without the adult child being added to a leasee signature. Isn't that correct? To qualify for housing.
Yeah, are you referring to like the low income housing tax credit or like a program like that in order to qualify?
Qualifying for housing. So, for example, there are cases where sources of income can be, your own income, disability income, child support, unemployment income, whatever. There might be those levels of differences, right? So looking at total source of income usually helps people get into housing. It's one of those conversations I've had with Mary's Place. Yet it can be a disqualifier if it's not included. So how do you assure accounting for household income to qualify for, an apartment, for example, without having to put the adult child on the signature, is a signatory contract?
Yeah, I think it would have to be probably unique to the circumstances. I mean, if the family, the only way that they basically qualify from the landlord's criteria is that they include that adult child, then it probably sounds like the landlord's going to insist that the adult child signs the agreement, or it's just the alternative of having a guarantor or another person that could be liable potentially if that landlord defaults on the contract.
Right. So then how is that different than, the senior high school student versus maybe somebody with a cognitive disability?
What the main provision that's actually, at least in this ordinance, is that the idea here is that when they're already living in the unit, and then they have somebody who has a disability, or they have somebody who's going to move in, or they have somebody that they have to take care of, or they have a child who becomes majority age. It's dealing with that situation. The other situation of trying to enter housing, I think, is a bit of a different story, and I don't think the ordinance really provides for that here.
I appreciate that. Mayor Herbig, I do see that Mr. Henderson has rejoined the meeting.
Yeah, I saw that. I was about to ask the clerk to bring him up. Welcome, Mr. Henderson. Councilmember Kugler, did you have a question?
No, I was just going to point out the same.
Yeah, I got the notification. Do we have any questions for, well, I guess since he's here now, Mr. Anderson, did you have a presentation or something that you want to share with us before we maybe toss some questions your way?
No, I had provided comments earlier this afternoon in sections where we had some concerns and some comments, but I don't have anything to share. So if you have questions, I'm happy to answer those questions.
Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you. So Mr. Henderson, kind of asking the same thing in reverse that I asked Mr. Witter, and it's, do you have any of these specific proposals that you're really concerned about for small landlords? And that I would mean mom and pop, I think, as Councilmember Baker had sort of alluded to earlier.
I think, overall, we know that in Seattle, that landlords have responded to the overregulation by selling and by selling their properties and moving out of the city. So that would be our concern, is that you're going to lose housing stock in the city as a result. I would say section by section, the technical issues that I provided are probably more of the concern. I think I had some wonderings about how what the intent of the section was and or how it would actually operate. And I can pull up my notes if you wanted to go into them, but those.
Thanks.
Councilmember Shudmick, did I see your hand?
Yeah, Jim, thanks for coming to comment. I have, it's kind of the same thing as Councilmember Marshall from the reverse direction. Do we have any data that suggests that the reasons that there is mom and pop rental flight from Seattle is actually ordinance there? As you know, Edmund said earlier, I don't know if you heard it, you know, there was a study that showed that it was actually not related to regulation. You know, certainly if your house that you're renting a part of goes up in value, there's an incentive to sell it. And so that seems to be the more obvious reason why we're getting less mom and pop development, and the upzoning that also increases the value of the underlying property for the small landlords. So I don't like some of these because I think they don't address the underlying problem, which is affordability. But I guess I'm curious as where you get the data that suggests that the flight is due to regulation.
I think that the flight is incentivized by the high prices. However, what our members tell us is that they are choosing to sell because of the regulation, and no doubt that the high prices make it a good time to sell.
Got it.
Katie, I see your hand up.
Well, I just want to point out, I mean, we kind of had this debate during the discussion over the King County ordinance. And I think if you look at the kind of aggregate housing stock and, specifically kind of single family rental stock over kind of a period of time, like there's not really evidence that that's going down. So I would just be, a little bit skeptical. I mean, obviously you're always going to have anecdotal reports of landlords saying, this is the moment I chose to sell and it's because of this, right? But I don't think that it is substantiated that we've got a kind of a aggregate decline in single family rental stock going on.
Well, in Seattle, 2,400 homes were deregistered in the last 9 months that were single family homes. So I don't know if that doesn't, show a sharp, decline.
There was also an increase in multifamily registrations at the same time, so they're probably being replaced. So I would not try to say that there actually was a decrease in the overall number.
And there's also weird stuff going on during the pandemic with people actually bothering to register or not. So I think we need to wait a while before we can say very much about what's been going on in terms of registrations in the past 2 years.
But single family homes that have left that have been unregistered are different than studio and 1-bedroom apartments. So you're then losing that family size housing, and not everybody can fit into a 1-bedroom or studio. And I believe that those units that came on, they didn't replace. So there's still a net loss, but they are still at a higher rent. I mean, those are still expensive 1-bedroom studio rents because it's new construction.
The average, sorry, Jim. No, the average household who rents a single family dwelling in King County makes $40,000 more than the renter of a multifamily unit. You're not talking about losing low income housing when you talk about single family housing, even disappearing, if that's actually happening. What you're happening is that it's actually high end earners live in those single family dwellings, not low income renters. So it's like a very different class than what we're talking about here. And ultimately it doesn't actually impact.
But the policy isn't designed to impact low income people. There's nothing about the policy here or in King County that says those making at 50% AMI that this policy applies to them.
Well, renters are lower income by far. It's actually it's your people of color. I'm sorry.
Hey, everybody. Yeah. Let's cut the crosstalk for right now. Councilmember Kugler has a question.
I have a question and point of order, and that is, I was wondering, even though we have guests who are on this part of the meeting, if we could have everyone maybe raise their hand when they want to talk, just to.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
My question is for Mr. Henderson. I know because you stepped away from the meeting and then returned, we didn't get to hear you present maybe some of the points. And I know you said that you emailed it to us. For many of us, it was right before our meeting started. So like I personally didn't have a chance to go through each of your items line by line before our meeting tonight. Could we hear some of the points that you summarized for us?
Sure. Let me put my email here. So section 1, you're requiring relocation assistance for rent increases over 5%. That's what the policy would create. So in theory, if somebody who is renting, they receive, I mean, we see in costs increasing more than 5% per year. So assuming that you're trying to match your cost in King County, your rent increase would likely be more than 5%. And somebody who was going to leave at the end of their lease already for some other reason, they could then use that as a reason to get 3 months rent out of the landlord when in fact they're not leaving because of the rent increase. So that's a concern. Do we just keep going and then you'll stop if you have questions? Okay. Section 2, this requires the landlord to keep their property off the market for 24 months. So you have somebody that leaves the area, they rent their home out, they come back, and then for whatever reason, they relocate for their job, and they would have to leave the home off the market up to meet that 24 mark before they could put it back on the market. So you're just leaving rental housing vacant, and I don't see the reason, like the purpose that serves them if they need to move out, then and move on to a new location. Why can't they re-rent the property and put it back into the rental pool? Item 8 of that, the policy, you should consider limiting the policy to government assistance. When you talk about I think that was talking about moving the rent due date. It doesn't narrow it. It just says that you can just, if you want to pay your rent on a different day, you can just request to pay it on a different day. Item 10, 5918.410 requires that the tenant pay all costs. So after the 14-day notice expires, the landlord could be required to accept rental assistance or some kind of pledge for the resident to be able to pay all the rent. But however, the resident will be responsible for the cost also. So we'd have process serving costs, possibly legal fees, possibly court costs. Paragraph 11 is confusing and complicated. Certified mail doesn't stay at the property. I see this often in your proposal. You want certified mail, but certified mail doesn't stay at the property. So if the resident's not home when the postal carrier delivers the certified mail, then there's no one there to sign for it. So all they're going to get is a sticky note for them to then go to the post office and pick up a piece of mail. Meanwhile, they haven't received it. So I'm not sure what the reason for that is. All right, section.
What are we referring to? Sorry, I'm very lost here.
I think it's an email that came in at 5:12. Right,
but what document is he referring to?
I have to look at I don't have your proposals in front of me, but it's section 2, item 11.
Of what?
Mr. Mayor, I think he's referencing the model ordinance.
The model ordinance from Transit Riders Union?
Correct. Because there is a
no
section 2, section 11.
It's not, there is no section 11. So
it's not section 11. You're correct.
Really
it's section 2, item of the number 11.
Okay.
Am I working off the wrong document? Because that was what was sent to me. So do you guys have a different proposal? Is that not the proposal you're working off of?
Point of order. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember File.
Would it be easier to have the document up before us so that we all can have the same view?
I think we could all, I mean, I have it up. I assume Councilmember Shrebnick has it up. We can all bring it up and flip through here.
Now I do. Yeah.
I don't believe though that we're actually I don't believe the proposal is to adopt the model ordinance that we have in front of us. I think the proposal is there's a list of, how many is it? 16 possible things we were looking at that we're going to go through shortly, hopefully, and decide what we want into an ordinance. So yeah, I don't think we need to go through each point here. Is there anything in particular though that you want to call out, Mr. Henderson?
I call out the penalties, at 4.5 times the rent. That's, There's only one other place in the RLTA that calls for that type of that high of a penalty. Otherwise, it's somewhere between 1 and 2 is on the average. I would encourage you to look at education first, and especially for the first 12 months and before imposing any fines. It seems that there's mention in about portable screening connected to alternative proof of financial eligibility, such as reportable screening reports or other proof of income may also be accepted where available, but must also be accepted if offered by the tenant. I'm not sure how income and portable screening are connected.
Yeah, I don't think we're talking about portable screening here.
Okay, because it's mentioned twice. A portable screening report is not proof of income. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, I apologize if there's any confusion about what we were discussing. That was one of the items we were looking at. But we have a different document with, I think it's 16 points we were looking at. Do we have any other questions for Mr. Anderson before we start going through the possible options? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. Well, I'd like to thank Ms. Wilson, Mr. Witter, and Mr. Henderson for your time and for coming and presenting. It's helpful to hear from all of you.
Thank you.
And yeah, and I would like us to now move over to going through some of the proposals and giving staff direction on which ones we would like them to fold into a potential ordinance, or if we want them to fold any into an ordinance, and move forward. Does that work for the body? Is that okay with everyone? Okay. So I'm going to go down the list that I saw from staff. That starts with notice of rent increase and ends with landlord may not demand child or person with disability to be signatory. So notice of rent increase required. Right now, we require 90 days for increases of over 10%. State laws 60 days. Does the council have interest in lengthening rental increase notices? Councilmember File, and then Councilmember Shrubnik.
Thank you. I would be in support of matching the unincorporated King County 120 days over 30%.
I'm sorry, over 30%?
3%.
Okay. Sorry, I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. Councilmember Shrubnik?
Yeah, I'm generally in favor of increasing it. I think HB 1904 looks at 180 days. Is that already dead, or is that still moving through?
Last I checked, that was still scooting, or at least it wasn't dead yet, although things have till 5 p.m. tomorrow to die, so.
Yeah, I'd rather wait to see if they're gonna put that in place, because that would obviate our need to do anything.
Councilmember Marshall.
And I'm not interested in increasing the notice period due to my concern of the effect on small landlords, or no distinction. I'd be interested if we could somehow work out or figure out a way to make those distinctions between small and larger landlords.
Does anybody else want to speak before I turn it back over to Councilmember File? Councilmember File?
Thank you. I should have spoken to the reasoning. I'm recommending 120 days because before the pandemic, 90 days was already really tight for most people to find housing, affordable housing, if they weren't looking for just market rate housing. I'm talking about workforce housing. People are paying, between $1,500 and $2,100 for an apartment. Pre-COVID, it was already very tight to be able to find that kind of housing to move into. And so there was an interim of either couch surfing or homelessness. And once you enter homelessness, it can take 3 times as long to get back into, rental housing. So now that we're in a pandemic, it's even taking these folks even longer. And we heard more to that effect of Mary's Place. This is why I support the 120 days.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
I actually have a concept that tags on this. I think 3%, I hate to say it, but in this day and age is really a relatively low increase. And I'm very comfortable with the 120 days. I think what would be good is if, I think for people in our community, if the rent increases over 10%, 180 days would be appropriate. I've been a renter, and I've had to move in the past 6 years, within the past 6 years, due to rent increases, and it is incredibly challenging to move, especially with kids. I was in a situation with kids. I had a very short period of time to move. I landed beautifully. I mean, most people don't land like I did. I mean, I got really lucky, but I actually understand the model ordinance of 180 days with a higher increase, like 10%. 3%, that's a normal rent increase. I have no problem with a 4-month notice on that. But I'd say for a higher increase, we're ahead of the game for a while with our 90-day notice. And I think it'd be good for us to stay ahead of the game with that, especially given how expensive rental housing is in our community.
Okay, we have two proposals, one for 120 days at 3%, one for 180 days at 10%. I'll go in the order that they were offered. We can just give thumbs up, thumbs down, and then we'll move to the next one, unless there's any other comment or questions. Okay, I'm not seeing any more comments or questions. So we'll go with Councilmember Files' proposal first. Thumbs up, thumbs down on, sorry, I'm just checking here, 120 days notice for increase of over 3%. So what do we have here? Okay, it looks like we're including that, if I'm reading correctly. Okay. All right, then no need to discuss Councilmember O'Kane's proposal, which I was going to support. Next one.
Point of order?
Yes, Councilmember File, what rules being broken?
Reason why we cannot also consider the recommendation as a second plateau in our plans.
That is a good point. Does the council have interest in including a second layer there for larger increases of 10%?
Yes.
Thumbs up, thumbs down. I see 2 against. I see 3 in favor, 4. I see 4. All right. No rent increase if property is in poor condition. I have questions about how we enforce this unless we're actually doing rental inspections. That's just me. Are there any other, does anybody want to pursue this, or does anybody want to have discussion about this? I'm not seeing anybody except Councilmember Baker's disapproval. Councilmember File.
I would support looking at this. I know that King County did a lot of work on that. They also have a good amount of legal work behind that. If an apartment or a rental unit is in such poor disrepair or unsafe, or doesn't have running water, broken appliances, those are reasons why not to raise our rent, and hopefully have a landlord apartment manager go through the appropriate process. I believe that's well defined in the recommendation. I'm not going to elaborate anymore.
Councilmember Baker and then Councilmember Shrubnik.
Are we going to get into the property inspection business?
I mean, that's a question for further down on the list, I would argue. Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, I mean, similar comment. I think, habitability is already addressed at the state level. So this is ill-defined, and we would have to have a whole program So yeah, I don't feel like this adds protection.
Councilmember Marshall?
Yep, I was going to echo Councilmember Shrevenick, and Don Raitan can correct me. I think it's not only a defense, but it's also like constructive eviction, and you can get rent set off, and you can go after the landlord for uninhabitability.
That was the first tenant protection identified in the state laws, that you have to have a minimum condition for your dwelling unit.
Okay, do we want to do a thumbs up, thumbs down on this, or do we feel like we're in agreement here? Only seen one person express interest. Next up, cap on late fees. The proposal, I believe, was $10 on late fees. Do we want to have a discussion around that? Deputy Mayor O'Kane?
What I would say about a cap on late fees, when people are late, high fees aren't going to help them to pay their rent. So I think, you know, I'm comfortable with a cap. I just wanted to express that I would have a support of a cap. I haven't determined what I think is reasonable.
Councilmember File, and then Councilmember Marshall.
I support a cap on late fees for the same reasons as Deputy Mayor O'Kane has stated. And frankly, just layering late fees on top of late fees is just a pathway to further inequities that is just going to create a bigger divide. It's not going to, no one's going to benefit there. I think a cap, Auburn's done $10. I'm not sure what the exact cap is on unincorporated, but I can see maybe $10 late cap fee if you're senior or disabled or low income, and a 20 cap late fee otherwise.
Councilmember Marshall, then Councilmember Shrevenick.
And I mean, respectfully, I mean, when the small landlord doesn't receive or isn't able to recoup some reasonable late fee for something that's late, after late fee has been tacked on with them for not paying their mortgage, that could be the whole thing going down the tubes for everybody, including the small landlord, a grandmother landlord, grandfather who's trying to make this thing work, where they rent out the place in the backyard or in their mother-in-law apartment. It doesn't work like that. It could mean the difference.
Councilmember Shrevenick.
I'm fine with the King County level of the 1.5% of monthly rent. Again, this is an HB 1904, so I guess my preference would have been not to address the things that we think are probably, could pass, and then if they don't, we could address them. But if we're insistent on addressing them proactively, I'm fine with that. It's exactly what the state is proposing, or being proposed in legislation, I should say.
Councilmember File.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to wrap that up. I believe the 1.5 would work. That matches well with being able to be fruitful and have both sides continue to move forward well. I'd rather be proactive as a municipality, as a young municipality, hasn't had many rental protections or ordinances in this nature in the past, and lead in rather than be preempted by the state.
Okay, any further discussion on this? What I was hearing, and if I'm wrong, correct me, what I was hearing is that the question is around 1.5% of the monthly rent. Do we have thumbs up, thumbs down on 1.5% on rental late fees? I see 4 or 5. Okay. Next, cap on move-in fees. Discussion. This could be a lot of things. Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
I do support a cap on moving fees for similar reasons that I stated before. Coming up with first, last deposit is incredibly challenging, especially given, I'm just throwing out there, a $2,000 a month rent for an apartment, which is actually becoming a deal today. there are places that people are renting for $2,500 and $3,000 a month for their families. Coming up with, $6,000 is a lot of money for anybody. And then tack on another $1,500 damage deposit, non-refundable or partially refundable damage deposit, and the other fees that might be laid in. So I absolutely support a cap at 1 month's rent.
Councilmember File, Councilmember Marshall.
I also support the recommendation of Deputy Mayor O'Kane. And also this matches with what we're hearing from Mary's Place and other partners and supporters that help support our communities when people are pressed to come up with first, last, and basically 3 months of rent, let alone other deposits and fees. So I'd be happy to move forward on this one.
Councilmember Marshall.
And respectfully, and also in line with my former observation, this could be the difference again for a small landlord when somebody defaults due for some unforeseen consequences, or maybe even bad faith foreseen consequences, or exploitative tenants, which do exist. That could be the difference between a small landlord being able to pay their mortgage and get everybody getting turned down the street.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
I just have a clarification in the grid, and I can't remember which grid this was. It might have been the WFMA. It looks like the 1 month is consistent with the King County regulation, which is for unincorporated King County, which there isn't too much of it and then it goes well beyond the Seattle regulation, which could certainly be more than 1 month. So I think I'm in favor of it, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding the information that we're being presented. Is that right?
Yes.
Debbie or Dawn?
Yes. That's
Okay.
correct.
So
Deputy Mayor.
I was, the way I read it was unincorporated King County and Seattle was, I see what you're, I read it as capped at 1 month's, the move-in piece capped at 1 month's rent for King County and Seattle. But maybe I did not read that properly. I'm sorry. The way I heard Councilmember Shrubnik describe it, I heard it a little differently.
Well, that's why I'm trying to figure it out, because I'm reading Seattle. That's why I want to understand what Seattle's is. Is Seattle's also capped at 1 month? Because there's a lot of semicolons and commas that I'm not quite understanding.
I think in the information that was provided to you by the Multifamily Housing Association, it's talking about it seems to be more than 1 month's rent, but I really would have to take a look at the Seattle ordinance myself to see what that exactly entails.
I agree. It's very limited information that was given in recently, so I can't really decipher it.
If we were to limit move-in fees to 1 month's rent, does that mean there's effectively either no last month already in the bank for move out, or that there's no deposit? I mean, is that essentially what we're doing, is getting rid of a deposit or getting rid of the last month's rent?
I believe so. While you're asking other questions, I have the King County ordinance. I will just take a quick look at it, if that's what the council is desiring to follow.
The King County one, I think we know it's the Seattle, but sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was mentioning King County.
Councilmember Fowle, you had a question?
Yeah, our partners are still in the meeting. Can we elevate them to have them clarify that for us?
We could. I'd want to make it quick because we still have 12 other items to get through.
Why don't we do that? And do we want to elevate Edmund Witter or Kate Wilson?
I believe it looks like we're elevating folks already, which is fine.
Thank you.
Sorry to pull all of you back in. Mr. Witter, could you clarify a little bit? If a move-in fee is limited to 1 month, what does that do to the either last month or deposit?
So it effectively would probably not allow you to collect last month's rent effectively. So the way we tend to see it in Seattle is somebody will collect like a fraction of the overall. So they get 1 month. So they might collect half of it for the security deposit, and then maybe some other like non-refundable fees for the remainder or something along those lines. So it tends to get that 1 month gets divided up effectively.
Okay, for different uses. Yeah. Deputy Mayor?
And I just would like to offer one more perspective with relation to the cap. Our goal is getting people into housing and keeping them in it. When I've had to move, first and last deposit has been a great challenge. I've been supported in my, I'm fortunate that I've had support systems that could help me when I was in times of need. But the goal is to get people into housing. It's our primary goal. And so, they may not have that last month's rent saved, but they're not going to have to save an extra month, to get into the next place. So that's I think we're looking at, the way I see it is looking at what is now more than down the line, because that's the urgent thing.
Councilmember Fowl?
Thank you. I really appreciate the clarification you helped provide us. I think the unincorporated King County model cap is pretty well thought out, and the one I would prefer to go with. And again, we've heard it from our partners, how people end up homeless or lacking housing, and the financial hardships everybody's facing right now makes money even more finite to find. So that being said, I also agree with my fellow colleagues that, we are trying to increase people's opportunity to access housing and help them stay home and stay healthy. So I would support this approach.
Okay, were we waiting on information from either Ms. Bent or the city attorney? I can't remember, honestly.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Brother Councilmember Shrubnik's question, I think, had been clarified.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I do want, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Okay. I do want us to also know that one of our other clauses that we're considering is the payment plan, and that specifically addresses affordability of the upfront costs. So I just want to make sure we're remembering that when we think about this.
And that is a very salient point. All right, so the proposal right now, Councilmember Kugler.
I just wanted to add kind of what my thoughts on this one, like, whereas on the cap on late fees, I agree, like that, typically a late fee is probably not going to make the difference between someone being able to pay their mortgage or not. But the deposit amount could help landlords, pay for several months, like of mortgage. So we're talking about a much larger amount. So if they're trying to float the mortgage because a renter can't pay for a month, like this does make a much bigger impact on them. So I guess I'm wondering, like, do most landlords, I don't know, because I don't have rental property, like, do most landlords like use those funds to like cover, or I guess, if they own the house already, it wouldn't make a big difference. But if they themselves are paying a mortgage, this could make a difference if someone can't pay for a month or two.
This might be a question then, Councilmember Kugler, will this be a question that maybe Mr. Henderson might be able to help out with?
Yeah, that would be great if you know.
Yeah, do you want to address Councilmember Kugler's question and then Deputy Mayor O'Kane?
Sure, thank you. So landlords are not allowed to use the deposit to operate the property. So that money goes into a separate account, and then it's only to be then used against, you know, the anything above the normal wear and tear of the property.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane?
I do have two things that I wanted to reflect on. One, which Councilmember Shrevenick brought up, which is the deferral of fees over a 6-month period of time. I'm just going to state 6 months at a $2,000 rent, which is a low rent, would be over $300 a month in addition to that rent, which is already a stretch. So I think it's very important to recognize that's a benefit, but it's really, I mean, it's still being paid and it's substantial. The other thing that I do want to draw attention to, and I have a lot of respect for landlords, and I have a lot of respect for property owners and the business that is, you know, housing. I do want to draw attention to the fact that we are at all-time low interest rates at this time. A lot of property owners have great interest rates while housing costs are skyrocketing. Their mortgages are not necessarily going up, but rents are. So where do we put in the control? And so, I mean, this isn't a control, but I want to call attention to a very important thing that I don't think is necessarily part of the discussion. The people paying rent are stuck with whatever the market provides. And so I think that these fees, and I had three things, I'm sorry. So I just wanted to just draw that point out. Low interest rates, I know interests are going up, but properties are owned, rents are going to be continuing to increase. The provision in the King County Ordinance, which I want to read aloud, and I think it is reasonable, is a provision limiting security deposits to a maximum of 1 month's rent and capping late fees and administrative costs of the landlord. The county finds that use of these fees, oh shoot. I had this lined up and I'm afraid I lost this. But what I wanted to say, it included administrative costs. So like so 1 month's rent plus some administrative costs, I think would be reasonable if we were to do a cap.
So it sounds like what people have been proposing is the King County approach. Am I misreading that? I'm seeing some nods. All right. Let's do up or down on then the cap on move-in fees. Thumbs up, thumbs down. All right, I see 4. Payment plans, 3 to 6 months. Does anybody have discussion on payment plans for those fees? Councilor Marshall.
Yeah, I think if our number one goal is housing, we do want to make sure everybody is housed. And again, I see for small landlords a danger if you're forced by a tenant, and it could be an exploitative tenant who games the system. They are out there. And, you know, I think we need to respect and acknowledge that this is a one size fits all that just says you got to have a payment plan. What impact can that have on a landlord that is already struggling and already near with the bailiffs in the hall? It's a pretty tough spot to be in. So I don't know. I don't think that the payment plan issue is a viable one.
Councilor File.
I recommend the unincorporated King County adopted proposal. I do believe this creates a pathway to housing. It's not all that unfamiliar than what was experienced in Washington State back in the early 90s when there were big stock market crash as well as job market crash. Affordable housing or pathway to housing was important. This is a very similar pathway to help ensure that, one, we're helping support the landlord rental market. We're also helping support our folks stay housed and have access to housing. So I support the unincorporated proposal.
Any further discussion? Just to clarify, the unincorporated King County proposal is 6 installments if the lease is over 6 months, or 2 installments if under 6 months, just so we're on the same page on that. Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
I support the King County plan. I think what I would say is most landlords would hopefully offer this by, out of just decency, but I think it's a fair thing to incorporate into our plan.
Okay. So I'm hearing folks talking about the unincorporated King County plan. Any further discussion? I'm not seeing any. Can we give a thumbs up on this one? Thumbs down? Okay, I see 5. State of income, source of income. I feel like this has been covered by state law. Is that correct? We're all good on that? Councilmember File?
I think it would be fruitful on our part as a municipality to help ensure that language information has reached our landlords. This is relatively new as of last year. So I think that we are still hearing about issues happening within our community or our surrounding communities. So it seems to be an education issue for our community. And maybe that is a newsletter issue, or it is a notice that goes out.
Yeah, I think we can handle that through regular communication channels when we do other work also. Okay, rental registration and inspection program. Any discussion? Councilmember Kugler.
I'd be in favor of this idea if it was a regional program, but not at the municipal level.
Councilmember File.
I do support this recommendation, and we can look at a pretty good list of cities that are already doing so. This is similar to our business registry. It's probably a really good idea of knowing who are our landlords out there, small and big, and having a program to both monitor and track that, and also in our own program outreach. But gosh, what would that cost be? I would want to know that cost to run a program like that. And what does that mean for staffing? Who would oversee a program like that? How much is it going to cost to run it? And are we going to have to hire? I think those are issues we don't know that we need to have more information on. And Ms. Bent, do you have any feedback there?
Yes, this would certainly require resources, and I have not done any research on this because I was waiting for council direction if this was something that council wished to pursue. If council wishes to pursue it, yes, I'd have to do some more research to figure out cost.
Councilmember Shrevenick.
This one again does not seem to address the fundamental issue of affordability. I'm just not seeing where this is similar to the other one where we said, what is the value add? And I'm the poor condition one. And I see this in a similar way.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yeah, I feel similar to as Councilmember Kugler and Councilmember Shrevenick have both points that they brought up. I also understand where Councilmember File came from. I think it's a good program. I think we don't, without even knowing the cost, I don't think we have the bandwidth for that, and there are higher priorities that we could be addressing around housing at this time.
Yeah, I'd be interested in looking at just a registration program if possible. I just don't know how we would do a inspection program with a city our size. It would be nice to have a list of rental properties and landlords so that we can keep in touch with them like we do with our current business registration. But that's just me. Councilmember File?
You took the words right out of my mouth. Absolutely love the idea of a rental registration program, and having that be our threshold so that we can both track that and also have better contact with our community partners. The same way we do with other businesses in Kenmore. And I think that's easy enough to do. Probably easier to match up program-wise and what it might cost to run effectively. And so I would like some information on that, maybe see something come back on that.
Ms. Beck, can we, is that something that you might be able to look into a little bit, just as far as just a straight registration?
Yeah, we can take a look at that. And that you have a couple of options here. I can bring that back to you. Or if you want sort of information in an ordinance, you know, it depends on how quickly you want to move on this. But yeah, I can certainly bring you back some information.
Is there any opposition to bringing back information about just a straight registration? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Okay. Just cause eviction loophole discussion. Councilor File?
This is where I also support the unincorporated example of King County. And briefly, it's, you know, I like the program we have in place that's part of our moratorium, but this kind of firms that up so that we have a good pathway of ensured equity, as well as ensuring that there isn't abuses.
Anyone else? Councilmember Shrebnick.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is that the state law that passed last year kind of took the King County model. So what's the daylight? Maybe one of our advisors understands the daylight between the King County ordinance and the state ordinance.
Mr. Witter?
Yeah, it's pretty complicated, but when the state law passed and then King County passed theirs. So the state one wasn't based off of the King County ordinance.
Okay.
Probably the biggest difference is how it treats lease renewals. So the King County doesn't allow you to evict when the lease is up, whereas the state one does allow it in some circumstances. But other than that, there's some grounds that are allowed under the state one, but not in the King County one.
Okay, so I've heard halfway decent things about King County and potentially Seattle, but some of the outlying areas like Auburn and Federal Way are potentially pretty problematic. So this one feels to me like we need a lot more information before considering it seriously.
Councilmember File?
You know, King County did a lot of work and research on this. They had a lot of discussions and a lot of legal analysis. And so this is why I'm so comfortable with the work they've done. I mean, they really put in months of work. And I like it better than some of the others. It seems cleaner, easier to follow and track, and it does close some of the loophole issues. But it still allows for, you know, eviction in the case of, you know, a tenant selling drugs on property, for example, right? That's obviously a case no one wants as a landlord, let alone a neighbor. But just throw that out there.
I'm generally in favor of looking at this closely and probably supporting closing that loophole that was left by the state. But I do question whether we have enough information in front of us right now to do that. I just need to get a sense, where are people on this? I've only heard from a couple folks. Councilmember Kugler and then Deputy Mayor.
Could we ask staff to look into this one as well, just so that we can do further study on it?
Yeah, we
I
can.
mean, okay, because we're not adopting anything today, right?
No. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make sure if that is the direction council would like more information, would it be comparing what King County's adopted versus the state law? You just want to better understand? I'm trying to understand what you're looking for.
I think the question is, people talk about the just cause loophole that was left by the state law. And I think trying to wrap our head around what that means and then
Okay.
looking at how different jurisdictions have addressed the loophole.
Okay. Would you also like, so I do know just reading King Counties, there's some distinctions such as they go into a little bit more in depth, such as you adjust cause as if you have a dangerous dog as defined by King County. So I could add additional stuff, or you don't care about that. You just want to know about the loophole.
I don't know the answer to that. Councilmember File?
Thank you. Like this document we're looking at today, a little side-by-side analysis, if you could have each broken down this way so that we can have a clean line of view and vision, so we can really separate what those differences are, what we like, what we don't like, and we probably could make a better forward decision that way. Or at least that's something I would like to see.
So I feel like we're asking staff to come back with more information specific to this one piece because of the complexity that it has. Relocation assistance discussion. Councilmember Marshall.
I'm so worried about it when there's no link whatsoever to the abilities of the landlord to provide it or not. So I'd be interested in it if there were financial or other criteria set out to make that distinction.
Councilmember File.
Yes, I would support relocation assistance. So I believe there's some really good examples for relocation assistance. If a landlord is going to sell property or inhabit the property, and they're not going to give enough notice otherwise, so to that tenant, relocation assistance makes sense this way. Maybe they want to inhabit a property to do improvements. Relocation assistance makes sense in this pathway. I have to wonder about the impact to our senior, disabled, or low income folks. That is this enough? It doesn't include moving assistance under these kinds of scenarios I've just mentioned, but I do think that it makes sense and it's logical. You see this in homes and townhouses, condos. It makes sense. And it does reduce the pathway to homelessness. Yeah.
Councilmember Shrebnick, is that a hand or almost a hand?
Yeah, no, it is. It looks like, this is a question for staff first, that King County doesn't have something like this. So that's a question. I'm conceptually in favor of something like this. Certainly the 5% threshold is way too low, but Seattle's got 10%. Those are just normal rent increases. That rent increase our daughter's experiencing is 20% every year. So those feel kind of normal. To me, it would have to be kind of at a level that is above the norm and above the CPI at least, before we'd want to kick in. I do have the similar concerns of Councilmember Marshall as well. So I want this, but I want it to only kick in if really unreasonable level of increase.
Let's do city attorney and then deputy mayor.
Thank you. Just when you continue your deliberations, if you could clarify. So Seattle actually has 2 relocation assistance programs. One is similar to what the state authorizes for low-income households if there is a conversion or rehabilitation, and it forces them to move. So there is that program. Again, low income tied to a certain, like they have to move anyway because the unit's being destroyed. And the state law requires public hearing on that. We have to have rules and policies. That's fine, but Seattle has that. But they also have adopted the 10% rent increase with low income households. And they define all that. So if you're interested in one or the other or both, if you could just include that in your discussions, that would help, I think, staff come back.
Councilmember File.
Yeah.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor. I had called her earlier. I apologize.
What I was going to say is, and City Attorney, thank you for the clarifying points that you shared with us. Because it's good to know, I mean, be reminded of what already exists. I, like others on the council, like the intent behind this, but I think it needs to be for exceptional circumstances. I really think there needs to be, centered on low income or centered on a significant increase. And as Councilmember Shrubnik said, a 20% increase. I mean, a 20% increase is not terribly unusual these days. So, but I think that when people are being forced to move, I think that may be an area where I think it makes a lot of sense. But I do consider it more of an exception policy. It was just where my leaning is, and it may be just rooted in my life experience. I've never, I couldn't imagine in a normal circumstance for a 5% rent increase, which I see on the list, getting relocation assistance. I couldn't imagine it, but maybe if I were low income or if I had exceptional circumstances, I think it would be reasonable. And I'm with Councilmember Marshall. We do need to be concerned about the landlords, the impact on them. They need to feel that, there's a whole cycle here that's going on. And as I think it's Councilmember Shrubnik keeps alluding to, what's the root of when are we addressing the root of this issue? So relocation assistance to me is lower on the priorities on this wish list, but I think there's a place for it.
Councilmember File.
So, and looking at that, thank you for Ms. Dawn Riton for reminding us of Seattle's policy. And this is the one that I actually like that model where, you have the state threshold of low income. And then, so that's one pathway. And the 10%, greater than 10%. That kind of matches a direction we've already given tonight at the 180-day notice, if greater than 10%. So if we're looking at our preceded approved goals already tonight, and we look at what we have here, that would match up. Being a suburb of Seattle and just a throw from the east side, we are that flood-in district. We see that flood-in of people moving in from Seattle on the east side. That being said, that it makes logical sense. I would like to see maybe a model that come back, or maybe there are others who also support that. So again, at 10%. For that greater side, and a threshold for low income.
Councilmember Kugler.
Thank you. I agree with what Deputy Mayor O'Kane and Councilmember Shrubnik have already said. I think a higher rent increase and low income would make sense. I also wonder if this example that we were looking at is 3 times rent to tenant, because it's sort of assuming like first, last, and then maybe a buffer or something to bridge. But if we are looking at just capping move-in fees, then maybe if our goal is to keep people housed, then we just need enough to help them get into the next place. So just throwing that out there, we might consider discussing it slightly differently.
City Attorney?
And just to add to that last point is that in Seattle's 10% rent increase, they actually do require the director to determine economic displacement relocation assistance. They look at the unit itself, the costs of those units. And so it's not a strict X. The person actually goes in, gets information, and then finds the average monthly housing cost times 3. That's the displacement cost. So there's a little bit more, but I just wanted to layer that on that last comment.
Deputy Mayor.
And one thing, I think that the 6-month notification is something that eases the burden on the relocation cost, for a higher increase, for the 10% increase, where I would see this coming into play. I think that does lighten the load on the tenant, anyway, I just wanted to call attention to that. We're putting something in place to help ease the transition ahead so that people can plan ahead. I don't know why there's something about the relocation cost burden on the landlord. It really, to me, needs to be in exceptional circumstances. It's just where my instinct lies. I really like what we're doing here tonight. I think we're doing some really good work. Thank you.
So what I think I'm hearing, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm just trying to encapsulate things, is that there might be an interest in potentially looking at what the state offers us for lower income folks that are being evicted and not something beyond what's authorized by the state. Is that what I'm generally hearing from folks? Councilor Shrubnik?
Yeah, do you mean displaced due to?
It is the word displaced.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I'm getting punchy. It's
with you on
approaching
that.
10. Okay, I think that we have general consensus on that. Does anybody object strongly? Well, I know Councilmember Marshall objects. I know Councilmember Baker objects. Okay. I think we've got direction there then. Where were we? Right to live with family. Discussion. Do we have any objections? Councilmember Marshall, then Councilmember File.
Wow, I mean, it seems very heartfelt, and it seems like a right and a just thing to, want to have emergency situations where people have to live with their families for sure, and you can accept that. But man, I can see it easily going the other way with the total exploitation with the tenants, and I think it's something that we should leave to the discretion, of the landlord and the tenant, how they can work that stuff out. Unfortunately, I can really see it being abused. Having had some experience in that as an attorney, also, and seeing the situations.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. One of the greatest displacements of our senior community is when a family member moves in the home to help take care of them during a medical recovery. This has pushed some of our local residents out of mobile home parks for our seniors, our renters. Mary's Place has seen this commonly. It's when a family member becomes a caretaker to usually their senior member, or a senior member of a family moves into a family home to help take care of a sick child so the parents can work. These are the situations where I would absolutely support the right to live with family.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Wonder what in the existing law would preclude that? I guess I'm a little mystified there.
Is this the one tied to having adult children sign on to leases, or is that a different item?
Different.
Okay.
This is like up to occupancy or something.
Right. So what in the existing regulations precludes That's what I didn't really understand this one, that, what in the existing regulations precludes someone from moving in as long as they sign the lease if they're an adult. I mean, presumably you'd have to sign a lease if you're an adult member of the household. But I don't see that as I don't see that as a barrier. I don't really understand.
Miss Ben? Miss Rayton?
I can try, but I would like some comments from Mr. Witter and Mr. Henderson.
Sure.
So I think my understanding of it is that state law is quiet on the topic and leaves it to the landlords to determine who needs to sign or does not sign. I'm also a little paunchy right now, but I do need assistance from Mr. Witter and Henderson if that's an accurate interpretation.
Mr. Witter, Mr. Henderson? Let's do Mr. Witter first, Mr. Henderson after that.
Yeah, I think there might be a little bit of conflating different provisions within the actual ordinance that was provided by the Transit Riders Union. But essentially, it just says that these protections are provided to family members, and particularly immediate families who are majority age. So right now, you have protections that protect minors, but they don't protect majority age children. That's the big distinction here. So what Federal Way did in their ordinance and what Seattle did in their ordinance, I think that's the one you're referring to, is it extends those protections to allow those adult children to live there. Unless I'm missing which one you're referring to, if it's a different one. Or a provision of the ordinance that you're referring
to. I think it's a topic. I don't think it was in the ordinance itself. It's just a topic for consideration.
Yeah, and it's a different one than the child and disability. That's a different clause. So,
Mr. Henderson, do you have anything to add on this, or?
Yeah, and maybe this, I'm a little confused by what the proposal, what the topic does. I think landlords would just would want to be able to verify that this person is the person who this ordinance would allow to be there, but they'd also want to have the right to screen that person and have them complete a background check as well, for approval to reside in the unit.
Okay. I think Deputy Mayor, did I see your hand up earlier? Deputy Mayor O'Kane, did I see your hand? No. Okay.
Yeah, I brought it down. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Councilmember Fowle.
Thank you. So again, and looking at the landslide of seniors who become homeless or displaced because they've had a adult child move in to help caretake during health issues. Those are a major player. So even within our own community, let alone a region, we've seen seniors forced to move from their home because of an adult child moving in to reside, to health care, provide health assistance to the senior. And of course, it's a lot more economical to have a family member help you through a medical recovery. So I can see that important. I think it comes into play also when you're looking at a senior only living residence or community. But yet this is one of those issues where our state remains absent on. And I think this is one thing we can improve upon, seeing that we've already seen examples of it played out within our community.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how we should proceed on this. Councilmember Shrubnik.
Well, we could just ask if there's any support for this.
Yeah, we could. So, item J, right to live with family. Where are folks generally? Okay, I'm not seeing 4 in favor. K, criminal background checks prohibited.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember File.
before you move on, is it possible that we could consider a right to live with family as care provider for, like a age senior member?
So specifically for like an adult child to move back in with their elderly parents?
Yeah, to help care during a medical recovery. Maybe it's
Seems awfully specific.
specific, but it's also, that space where the state remains absent, the county remains absent, but it's the issue that fuels seniors into homelessness. And it happens within our community. That's something I just don't want to see more of that happening within our community when we're looking at our, even what's happened within our senior mobile home park community that has taken place.
Okay, Mr. Witter, maybe you can speak to this. Is the situation that Councilmember File is describing something that should be that in your opinion, or that should be addressed in a code someplace? Is there an issue with adults caring for their elderly parents and not being able to?
We do see it. I mean, there is some state and federal protections for it that come into play, but mostly within disability law. I think what was in the ordinance, again, I think there's just some confusion about what provision it is, was just making it clear that an adult child can live with you or live with you. So whether they're coming as a caregiver or not, I think that was the difference there. But there is you can do it as a reasonable accommodation, or some disability laws that do allow somebody to come in as a caregiver, but it can get messy potentially. If somebody's not qualified to be a caregiver, the landlord maybe has other issues with that person's qualifications for it.
Okay, Deputy Mayor O'Kane, Councilmember Shrubnik.
So I think item J that we're talking about, the way that Mr. Witter is describing it is item P, which I have a feeling that we strongly, I'm not going to go ahead. So I think it may be redundant. If there were something, and I think it might cover what Councilmember File is speaking to. And I keep hoping that there's human decency in the world, that we don't need to, put an ordinance in here like this. But I understand the root of it and the goodness of the intent that we're driving to. But I think we may be covered in item P with this. Thank you.
Councilor Shrubnik.
Same, exactly what Councilmember O'Kane said.
Okay. Background checks. Is there any interest in barring? Well, actually, doesn't the state already? No, that's a bill that's possibly moving. Is there any interest in having discussion around barring criminal background checks? Councilor File.
I would just like to hear a clarification from both sides on this issue for the criminal background check or reason to prohibit it. I know sex offenders automatically have to report, but what's the issue here? I mean, is there something more that?
I mean, I could be wrong. I think the issue is folks that are exiting prison being able to, find a home and reestablish their lives. But Mr. Witter?
Re-entry then?
Yeah, it has to do with a lot. And we see it with a lot of our clients who just they exit the correctional facility or the criminal justice system and ultimately have a hard time finding housing. Because a pretty common question on a rental application is, have you been arrested? Have you been convicted? And sometimes it's an automatic bar, and can also just be a struggle to be able to find housing. So Seattle's the only area that actually prohibits or limits the use to some extent of using criminal background checks, at least in Washington State. Some other cities do it outside of here.
Mr. Anderson, do you have anything to add on that? And then Councilmember Shrubnik.
I'd say for it's a safety issue. Knowing who's in your property, does the person have a history that would be relevant to, sending in staff to the unit? Possibly if you're in a duplex or larger type of housing, is this person, do they have a history of crimes against a person? So also, is there a history of, manufacture or distribution of drugs? I would say that what I would the standard, and this is just a standard. The standard is using HUD's guidelines. Therefore, there aren't blanket policies around, we deny. I mean, and most applications should follow ban the box, where they're not asking that question. And landlords in their criteria not having a policy that says we deny for a felony, and using a legitimate business reason if you're going to use the criminal record, and the criminal record needs to be relevant to housing. And then lastly, you need to use the individualized assessment, where you're looking at the age that the person was when they convicted the crime, you're looking at the rehab that they've done, and you're also looking at the looking at their age, the rehab, and then the relevance to, is it connected? And even somebody who's a registered sex offender doesn't mean that they've committed a crime against a person. They could have had indecent exposure. So, should that deny them housing? So I still think the individualized assessment is necessary in when evaluating a criminal record. But having them and being able to use them is critical to be able to housing and making a housing decision.
Councilor Shrubnik.
This is a thorny one. I work for an agency that focuses on folks coming out of the criminal justice system. And it is a barrier to housing. That said, I completely concur with Jim on this, that the HUD guidance is good guidance. It applies to all properties, not just publicly funded. And there is some discretion, which makes it messy, but it also it is good in that way as well, that you really have to look at the individual case. I think, it also stresses convictions rather than blanket criminal history, which is an important distinction that I think Seattle might not make. You don't want to be looking at arrests. But to ignore all criminal history also doesn't make sense. So I really think sticking with the HUD guidance, maybe we could get a little more information about the guidance. My understanding is things like, not unlimited look back, but there is some guidance about how long a look back, and there's a little bit more than the one sentence that we have here that might be informative.
Mr. Witter, and then Councilmember File.
Yeah, I'll just be quick. The one problem with the HUD guidance is that oftentimes somebody who has a criminal history has other issues, though, that also might be a barrier to housing. And it tends to be a racial issue, but it's also maybe the person has low credit, maybe there's other low income. So if somebody has a sort of questionable criminal background, then it's very easy to fall back on some of the other ones. What I would suggest, if you're trying to get to this issue and actually make somebody do the HUD guidelines as opposed to maybe hiding behind maybe a weak credit score or something else, is you don't allow the criminal background check until after they've otherwise been pre-qualified, so that they've passed the basic credit, income, and then you allow that, because at least it requires that landlord to not just sort of hide behind maybe another basis to do so when actually it's maybe not actually kosher under the HUD guidelines.
Councilmember File, and then Councilmember Baker.
I do like Mr. Edmund Richter's recommendation, but I also have the question of who's determining the outcome of the HUD guidance, who's reading the report and makes the determination recommendation. Is that a a social worker, a behavioral mental health specialist? I mean, who is making that determination? Because if it's with a lay person, and to be really honest, I don't think that, every landlord has a history of training in behavioral and social health services, or let alone mental health. So who's making the determination? It's too easy to have implicit bias only on, an evaluation done by, a landlord versus somebody who's qualified.
Councilmember Baker?
Yeah, again, I'm concerned with the mom and pop, especially with ADUs. They ought to know who is potentially going to rent that facility. So I'm very concerned about that.
So what I'm hearing on this, and again, anybody speak up if you think I'm being completely off base here. What I'm hearing on this is maybe we need more information with some more options to tailor this down, or not, at some later date. Because I think there's a lot of dials we can turn with this. If I'm off base, let me know. Councilmember File?
Yeah, I do like the recommendation that Mr. Emmett Order had tonight, which is go through the application and then you do the screening. But I just want to know who does the outcome of the screening. And Mr. Rear, do you know who that is? Is that on the burden of the landlord, or is it? I mean, who makes the determination of that? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, it would be the landlord who runs the criminal background check and then ultimately has to make the assessment of whether the person, somewhere they're going to rent to under those guidance.
And then under that, does the person get a report back as to why they did not qualify for housing at that threshold?
Yeah, they should get like an adverse action report if they use like something else that said that, so if you but especially depending on how you designed a law like this, I think you would basically indicate the person would have to get something back saying like, we denied you because of your criminal history and this is what we have found, or this is what the report was. And that way, at least the person would know whether there's an error in the report or something else. But right now, there's not too much guidance on that.
Well, that makes sense to me. And the only other thought I have is the DEI cap, where we know that persons who are Black, Brown, and Asian are often arrested at higher rates than white persons for drug use, even smaller drug use, and sit and reside in our prisons. So I look at things like that versus, the drug dealer or the violent criminal, or, somebody who's a threat to society. So, I think we have to be mindful. How do you do a DEI filter on that? Or can there be one?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Councilmember Fowler. There definitely are issues to be had as far as equity goes with just the problems that our criminal justice system and the burdens it puts on some communities versus others, and how that affects people when it comes to housing. I think this is a discussion that we may need to push off until we can have a more complete discussion around it. Because we could be here all night just talking about this particular piece. Are L and M kind of the same thing? Bars discrimination due to immigration status and social security number, are those both kind of the same thing? Am I wrong in thinking that they're related?
I think by default they're related, yes.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. If you take away the social security number, that kind of addresses immigration status. Councilmember Fowle?
I was just going to say that. And that being said, I would support both of them at the King County recommendation level.
Okay, I'm seeing thumbs. Okay, I think we're good then. Bans abusive, deceptive, and unfair practices in rental housing.
All right, Councilmember Shrednick had a question, looks like.
Oh, I apologize. Councilmember Shrednick.
Yeah, it looks like state law already exists to prohibit the requirement of use of social security number, unless I'm misreading this. Reading in the multifamily housing says state law, because you can't discriminate because of immigration status, effectively prohibits requirements of use of social security number. So is that not true, or it is true? This is RCW 4960-222. I guess this is Dawn.
I don't know. I'd ask Mr. Witter or Mr. Henderson.
Mr. Witter.
I'm going to guess that that is the Multifamily Housing Association making assumptions on it about maybe what they would suggest to landlords on legal guidance, but there is certainly nothing explicit within the actual law on that. I think it's a matter of interpretation. I'm not sure if the Attorney General has interpreted the law that way to require that.
So we're just covering all the bases by saying explicitly we don't want to require SSN. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor.
I guess not requiring it. The only question that came to mind for me, and maybe I'm wrong about how this is done, would be for a credit check, right? A landlord should be able to run a credit check before renting to someone, or you would use your social security number for that, right? Am I off base here? Sorry, don't mean to be from left field, but it just crossed my mind. There might be instances, but I understand not wanting to, not needing to require it for. I mean, I understand the intent, and I fully supported removing that barrier. I just thought about that, and I might be. I'm done. Okay.
Councilmember File.
I thought we had already settled L and M, and I thought we were on N. Is that correct?
Well, we bounced back because I missed Councilmember Shrednick.
Okay, so, and I thought we had already voted with a majority on that.
It's a discussion. Nothing we're doing here is final. We were having a discussion. I missed Councilmember Shrednick. She had a question that she needed to get addressed.
Then I'll just address the social security number discussion that I know King County had, where from the aspect of the renter who's applying to multiple units, the more often you trigger that credit report being pulled, the lower your score goes. So in effect, when you're in a desperate situation and you're trying to access housing, you can actually be progressively making your situation worse. I believe part of King County's ordinance allowed for a single use of a credit check and be able to walk that credit check, to another landlord rather than.
I think this is outside of what we're discussing with LRM. We're talking about just the use of Social Security or immigration status discrimination, not portable credit checks. Mr. Witter or Mr. Henderson, could either of you discuss or give a quick sketch of, are credit checks still able to be run without a Social Security number in an application?
Well, Jim, you might know this better than I do. I can tell you what I reported, but which is we did a survey of landlords in the area asking if, for us, if we were to apply and we didn't have a social security number, would you be able to do a credit check? And the answer was yes. One way you can do is get an individual taxpayer ID to be able to do it. And there's some third-party credit reporting programs out there that frankly do allow that. Because again, this is not an issue that's just for like say the undocumented community. It's for anybody who comes to this area from foreign country is not going to have a social security number. So it can be done. But Jim, you this is your business. So
yeah. So I would say what you can end up with is a false positive. So, because then the Bureau is just returning data based on name and date of birth. So you're not using that identifier that's as unique as a social security number. But I also agree with Ed that landlords are making these decisions for those coming from other countries all the time. So I think that there are alternatives that landlords can use other than a credit report in making that decision when that's not available. And I'll just add that the industry standard is that we don't require it, is that it is requested, but if you can't provide it, then you run the screening without it.
Okay. So are we all okay with? Okay. Abusive, deceptive, unfair practices in rental housing. Discussion. Anybody? Councilor File.
Just honestly, who doesn't support that? I mean, it's just, being a good businessman or a businesswoman, whatever. Every landlord, I'm sure, wants a reputation of being a good landlord and being attractive to your community, right? So, yeah, I support this.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, I mean, certainly sounds good. I have no idea what it means. And HB 2023, I think, is exactly the same verbiage in terms of the bullet points. So this one, I'd need more information on what we actually mean. But.
Councilmember Marshall.
That almost sounds like a Landlord-Tenant Consumer Protection Act, mini Consumer Protection Act, which allows for attorney's fees and treble damages and all this stuff, very punitive stuff.
And just for everybody's information, 2023 did not make it through committee, so it's dead. So are people comfortable moving forward with including this item and what staff brings back? I count 4. Okay. Rental due dates altered for tenant fixed income. I think we all understand what that is. I don't think we need a whole discussion. Our folks, can we? Okay, 4. We got 4. And then landlord may not demand child or person with disability to be signatory to lease if tenant of record is already signatory. Councilmember Shrubnik.
I don't understand this one. So if a person has a disability and that disability is cognitive, in other words, they're not able to sign a lease, then it's a moot point. They would have a guardian and they wouldn't be required to sign a lease. If that disability is not cognitive and they do have capacity, then to not require them to sign a lease would be discrimination. So we wouldn't want that. And on the adult child side, or the adult, whether they're a child, a family member or not, I mean, adults need to sign leases if they are mystifies me. So I'd need a little bit more information.
Councilor File.
So I understand this from the aspect of ARCH in one example where cognitive disability can be moderately functioning, right? You can be moderately functioning and still be and not have a guardian and still be able to make your own decisions, yet you might have a power of attorney. Our society is not such that they force individuals who have moderate capacity straight to guardianship. The idea is to help people become more independent, yet a moderate functioning adult with cognitive disabilities, neurological disabilities would often not be able to sign a contract to a certain level, except in our state where we have these predatory practices of pushing young adults onto leases. Now, if you change this up to the person who has Asperger's, pardon me, not Asperger's, the loss of memory or a brain injury where they're not going to where they're going to have memory gaps. This too does not make the best outcome for a person signing on to a lease, yet people are forced in our state to do that. They're forced to do that in our community. And you can still be of moderate capacity and not have your rights taken away. It's only after you've lost fuller capacity. And depends on judges who review those cases. I can honestly say, as a mother of a son with moderate to high functioning autism, he has a threshold of his best part of the day is his morning half of the day. After that, he's lost his capacity to retain understanding or a longer understanding. Yet he retains the rights to, he doesn't have a guardian. He doesn't need a guardian because he can balance a checkbook and we work towards independence. Yet he has a power of attorney. So yet in our state, there are still not protections for people like him. And he was forced to sign on to a lease, or we weren't going to be able to renew our own lease where we live. That's just the practices of the predatory landlord. This is not also legal in other states, yet it's legal in our state.
Okay, Councilmember Baker and then Councilmember Marshall.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Jim Henderson's got anything to say about this.
Probably nothing helpful. I'm not aware that this is a problem. I've never heard of this happening. So I'm learning in this conversation right now. I mean, my question would just be like, how is the landlord, it's kind of been mentioned, but how is the landlord, you can't inquire about a disability. So how would you be able to discern whether or not the person should or should not be asked to sign the lease? Because you would just treat everybody the same. And then what would happen if how would we set the standard for that or no? Because I could see where there could be an element of abuse, but my concern would be around inquiring or learning about the disability inappropriately.
Councilor Marshall.
Yeah, it's probably too massive a discussion to get into right now, but I mean, I did a little bit of residential landlord-tenant, and I think everybody's well advised if somebody has capacity and is an adult living in the place to get on the lease. You got to have a contract between the parties. They've got to, it's not predatory at all to want to establish the rights and obligations of both parties in each party of the situation. If Edmund had a client come in and they said, yeah, I'm on this lease, I'm sure that he could craft a very savvy defense against the landlord for any sort of eviction or otherwise enforcement, which is, I think, amounts to an unfortunate situation. So I think we want to have everybody who can signing off.
I mean, I question having a kid who's still in high school and is 18 having to sign on to a lease. That I don't know. That doesn't sit right with me because they're still essentially at that point at least dependents. But it's not a situation I've ever had to experience myself either. So, but something about that doesn't sit right. Deputy Mayor?
I concur with that. I even think about college students. I'm thinking, first of all, I'm trying to think of the landlord that's going to hunt me down for my 20-year-old kid that's living with me while they're in college to get them to sign the lease. So I'm just going down that rabbit hole. But then Councilmember Powell had an experience that's very similar. Makes you go, that exists. So there's that. But there's a part of me that goes, if I'm an adult with a child and I'm comfortable paying for everything on the lease and I'm choosing to take full responsibility for my, who's living with me, I wonder about, but like that's just what a little bit that runs through my head. But I understand the obligation of adults, so that kind of reins me back in a little bit. But there's a part of me that thinks, if I'm okay with my Aunt Marilyn living with me for 6 months or a year because she's going through a transition, I mean, I think it'd be weird to call my landlord and say, hey, my Aunt Marilyn's living with me right now. Please update the lease. I don't understand this whole thing, but that I might be going off track. It's 10:30, so I'm going to just.
Councilor Marshall.
I'll just be real quick. I mean, we got to think about landlords to some extent here. You've got to be able, imagine if you were a landlord, a small landlord, you're going to want somebody in your place living there, an adult who you don't know, who hasn't signed a lease, who isn't subject to any obligations or responsibilities whatsoever, and who could hire a great savvy attorney and come back at you and say, I ain't on the lease. No way. And, you incur a bunch of confusion and cost and litigation. I think it's behooves us all anyway.
But what about a minor child that comes to majority that's on the lease, is listed on the lease as a minor child, and then comes to majority and is finishing up high school? Like, that's what I'm having a problem with personally. Customer file.
That's the thing, is that's kind of become the standard or practice around here. And if you try to go and find a new apartment, they're going to force your adult student, high school student, to be on the lease. So your student gets ready to graduate, they go move away, and they are pinged from, if you have an adult signatory, the original signatory, not pay their lease or get evicted, that then automatically tracks down to the kid who left home already. But aging up is an issue, and I noticed that happened with both my kids, and quite frankly, I haven't been late on my rent in years, many years. But it's a predatory practice. I almost wonder, do we create language for non-school age students and call that high school, or under the age of 21 for the adult disabled student who attends high school up to the age of 21? Can we address this with language? I don't know, Mr. Witter, what your thoughts are on that?
Yeah, potentially. I think this is why I think there was maybe some confusion earlier about the whole issue about having the right to live with immediate family, because this provision that's in the ordinance from Transit Riders Union is about not requiring the landlord to be able to get that signature from that person who ages out or has a disability who's moving in. But then similarly for those immediate family members, it would allow them to stay too. So they'd be listed as occupants, but not necessarily on the contract to the issue that you're referring to, Councilmember Marshall.
Right.
But I think either way, I mean, I think you could, if you wanted to craft something in between that, that's certainly possible.
I think I would like to see us move forward with some crafted language to protect our community in this way, so that it's fixed into script. Because by law in our state, these are occupants. They don't have to be forced to become leasees just because they've aged up. And so I think we can create a pathway here. There's no reason why, if there was a need for some sort of background check, that could not be done. Just saying that, we could fulfill both, sides of the landlord concern with the safe resident who's been living in that rental unit along with family for a period of time. That's just my 2 cents on it. I don't know if anybody else has thoughts on that.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, I actually have to concur with Councilmember Marshall. I think this is the opposite of predatory, to allow adults of all stripes, including those with disabilities that are not preventing them from having decisional capacity, to sign a lease. This is, in our daughter's language, adulting. This is what you do as an adult. And you take responsibilities and you understand them. I mean, it's like signing up to vote. You're 18. I mean, this is what you do as an adult. So I don't like this because I think it works against people's rights and responsibilities. So yeah.
Councilmember Fowle, you've already spoken like 2 or 3 times on this one. Are there any other comments, questions? Councilmember Baker, did I see your hand or was I imagining things? Okay, apologize. Do we have consensus one way or the other around this? I'm not sure if we frankly do. Councilmember Kugler?
You know, I can understand both sides of the argument. I think it's one of those issues that we're not going to be able to resolve, definitely not tonight, because at some point you have to determine a threshold, right? 18 in our society is the age of an adult, you know? So I think for those kids who age up or are in high school at the time that they turn 18, they unfortunately get caught in that system, right? So I also am really concerned about how we would determine that a person has a disability when they're not able to ask for it. Like that just doesn't seem like that's going to work.
I think we probably need to move this to a future agenda and discuss this separately with some of the other issues that we brought up, unless people are wildly opposed to that. Okay. Great. That is that. I believe we've given staff direction on how we want to proceed. Ms. Bent, I apologize. I believe we've given you far more work than we thought we would be giving you out of this, but I appreciate everything you're putting into this. I am going to do 2 things really quickly. One, I'm going to ask that with council approval, we move items D and E to a future meeting. Staff has indicated to me that those are ones that can be taken care of later and that, no, wait, sorry. I got to check what I got from staff. C and D. So I would ask that with council's consent, we move C and D to a future meeting agenda. I'm not seeing any opposition to that. And then I would like to give everybody 5 minutes. We do need to get through E and F, though they are timely, so I apologize. So if there's no objections, 5-minute recess. We'll come back at 10:45. Okay. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Witter. Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Really appreciate your being here. You're muted, Councilmember Baker, if you're speaking to us.
Yeah, no, I was speaking to you. There's a large number of people in the community that are interested in item D.
I am aware. But when I consulted with staff, and it sounded like that was something that we could shuttle off to a future meeting. And ENF needed immediate attention.
Yeah.
But you're right, my inbox is reflecting that also.
Yeah, I just hate to think of somebody staying up this late to hear what's going on and then we table it.
That must be something, I swear somebody must have put it on a Microsoft listserv or something.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, we've got everybody back. It is 10:45. Madam Clerk, are we? Fantastic. Item E, ARPA Business Assistance Proposal for Urgent Needs, presented by Assistant City Manager Nancy Owsley and Assistant City Manager ARPA Administrator Stephanie Lukash. Nancy, you are muted. Still can't hear you.
How's this?
Better. There we go.
Okay, thank you. Council, thanks for making the time at this hour to consider this item, which is providing business assistance for urgent needs for locally owned Kenmore businesses who are occupying commercial space in the city and have very urgent financial needs to the point where they could close before the ARPA funds, if any are going to business, are available, which is estimated to be in April. So we have heard from some Kenmore businesses that they have lease obligations and have been affected by the pandemic. Sadly, for some, this doesn't come soon enough that they have closed, but we're hoping to be able to work with maybe up to 5 businesses between now and sometime in April, when there is more known about how much money in ARPA funds are going to be available for business assistance. Just want to give you a sense of what has been done in the past. In 2020, 48 grants were provided to local businesses. And this was through either Department of Commerce grants or King County grants that came to the city. And so those were provided, but we've not had any opportunity to do anything in 2021, for example. So I think there is going to be a big need out there. The last time we did go out and made it grant funds available, we had 89 applicants from Kenmore, and we were only able to award 18. That's 18 grants at that time. So again, we would appreciate your consideration of authorizing up to $25,000 in American Rescue Plan Act or ARPA funds for urgent business assistance for businesses who would get approximately up to $5,000. And again, this is for brick and mortar local businesses, locally owned businesses in the city. So happy to address any questions you may have.
Councilmember Baker, you're muted.
I'm just really concerned that it's not enough. There's really no sign of things getting better for the business community. And I would be much more comfortable if this was 50,000. In the grand scheme of things, that's not too much to set aside. And I'm very, very concerned about the businesses in our community and their ability to survive this.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I also am greatly concerned that 25 is just not enough. And the approach of the small grants of 2 to 5K in the past have been helpful enough to, purchase a tent or pay for some utilities. Yet, for those who were lucky enough to receive port grants, they were substantial enough to allow some businesses the opportunity to develop a pivot and evolve. And when talking to some of our surrounding businesses in Kenmore, what I'm hearing is there still is a need to evolve further. And what I would more support is an allocation of 75K with grants distribution of 10 to 15K. And that would help businesses, mom and pop shops, small brick and mortar businesses continue to stay open, pivot, evolve, and continue to provide jobs here in our community and stay alive. I would like to see some sort of question in the application process of what have they done to evolve during the pandemic to pivot their business. This is crucial to being able to survive. Is the status quo isn't going to work. And we know that from the ones who have pivoted. So I would like to see an allocation of 75 grand with a distribution rate of 10 to 15K. And that's my motion.
I'm not seeing a second.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Councilmember Marshall.
Question for staff: is that amount, the proposed motion, is that doable?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Stephanie Lukash may want to chime in on this, but a higher, per grant amount is doable. We are looking at a pretty short timeline and probably, not a wide range of businesses. As you know, most of our registered businesses in Kenmore are home-based. And so that would not be the target audience that we would be working with. It would be for those people who are paying a lease payment or and occupy commercial space that enlivens our business areas too.
But within our distribution scheme or the schedules now, we've got that amount that's requested in the motion, right? To give out. We got that money.
We do, yes.
Thanks.
Councilmember Baker and then Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, this is just for businesses that are facing closure, right? This is not for businesses in general, only those facing closure.
Correct. For urgent needs. Yep.
That's right.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
I might have missed it, but I just, expressing what I expressed on one-on-ones, which is it would need to be to prevent them from closing for one-time expenses that aren't ongoing. So, right. So, okay. So I missed that part of okay. Thank you.
And this doesn't preclude that we still have the 2 business assistance items on the community engagement process. It's currently underway. This is the urgent kind of narrowing the focus to just those brick and mortar who are on the brink of closure.
Right.
Deputy Mayor and then Councilmember File.
First, I want to thank Councilmember File for bringing forward the motion to increase the disbursements and the amount. One thought did come to mind, though. Would there be any benefit to, rather than limiting it to $10,000 to $15,000 increments? Would there be a benefit to having a range to offer? You know, maybe some businesses 5,000 is right rather than 10. I mean, I have a feeling 10 is better, but I wanted to open the door if that was a benefit. I personally support the going to the higher range and increasing the allocation that we want to do. So
yeah, just for reference, the largest grant that we made out of those 48 grants in 2020 was 3,000, and you know, it was something, but I think it was probably not adequate for many businesses, but that's what we had to work with at that time.
Thank you. I think that helped.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I really appreciate the consideration for this motion, and I hope for your support in adopting it. I do know that we have business owners who are paying their staff and not paying themselves, either need repairs. Urgent issues like that can put a business in a downward cycle. So I'm hoping that we are looking at urgent needs, opportunity to stay open. And I don't know if there is a pathway for a possible business summit where our local leaders can, our local business leaders can share how they have pivoted and managed to remain successful through the pandemic so they can learn from each other. I don't know if there's an opportunity where we can provide a format, a virtual format for that, but I would like to see it happen if we can. And I know that's a different topic, but I thank you for your support tonight.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, sorry, I think I wasn't being very clear. So what I had talked about in one-on-one is not that we are providing one-time. Clearly, we're only providing one-time assistance. What my question is are we trying to find out whether the problem that we're addressing is a one-time problem, like a repair that needs to happen, versus an ongoing cash flow problem, which we are not going to fix with 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. We're not going to fix that. So I don't want us putting money into situations where there is going to be an ongoing problem that we're not fixing, because that's a waste of money. So that was the question that I had.
Understood. Yes, and
yeah,
we may well have other things to offer businesses as far as, you know, more complete consultation, you know, just as we have with the Port of Seattle grants over the last several years. We are in line to get that funding, and we can certainly provide those more intense advisory services too.
Any further discussion? Will the clerk please take the roll?
Thank you, Mayor Herbig. On the motion to allocate $75,000 for ARPA business assistance for urgent needs, distribution and allocations of $10,000 to $15,000. Councilmember File.
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
yes,
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Item F, personnel policy amendments presented by Human Resources Manager Leonoro Polania and Public Works Operations Manager Jennifer Gordon.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. Back in January 2019, the city's first in-house Public Works Operations Division was created and new sections to the personnel policy were added, establishing standby pay, callback pay, and a safety footwear allowance. These policy amendments were approved by council under Resolution 18-312. And in real time, it has been challenging to recruit for both full-time and seasonal positions. And particularly amidst the pandemic, the challenge has exacerbated. With this challenge, Kenmore must maintain or remain competitive in not only attracting employees, but also with retaining them. And we value our high-performing staff, and in an effort to stay competitive and increase employee retention, we need to ensure our field employees are equitably and competitively compensated while providing around-the-clock emergency response, and that they have the necessary safety equipment to perform their duties. With that being said, our Public Works Operations Manager, Jennifer Gordon, will be sharing proposed changes that may be small. They may be small, but yet impactful to our employees. And these proposed changes to the personnel policies will mostly affect those within Public Works operations. However, some of the changes are applicable to the few field staff who work in other departments. Jennifer.
Thanks, Leonore. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for hanging on a little longer tonight. I was just going to kind of go briefly over the highlights of the changes. I think it's pretty straightforward. We've been in operation, in-house operations in Public Works now for 3 years, and we're learning lots of things along the way. It was kind of, we were developing all these new policies and procedures in a, quick fashion to get us up and operational. And so, we just didn't have experience in all of these different areas. And so I think it's time to evaluate these sections of the policy and, provide some increased benefit to our employees. So really this has to do with standby pay, callback pay, emergency standby, and then increasing the amount of allowance for their annual safety footwear and creating a uniform for them. So with that, as far as the standby pay, so that's the pay that the on-call, routine on-call staff member gets on a daily basis. So they're on call for 1 week at a time, and they get that pay on a daily basis to be able to be on call at any time throughout the evening. So 24 hours around the clock that whole week, that one person that's on routine standby gets called in for things like responding to accident cleanups, or maybe there's a flooding event that's occurred, or any of those kind of like routine emergencies, I guess you might say. And so that would be the rate they get on a daily basis, increased from $45 to $55. The callback, so the callback is currently, you get 2 hours of pay when you are called in, regardless of how long it takes you. So if it only took you an hour, you get 2 hours pay, a minimum of 2 hours pay. We're asking to increase that to 3 hours. The next item would be the emergency standby. And that would be only really when we're on responding to a larger scale emergency. And what I mean by that is even like snow, inclement weather is really the typical type of emergency we're talking about, where we've got multiple staff members on standby, and they are responding around the clock, or expected to be ready to respond around the clock when we call them in. And so they would receive $60 per day to be on standby during those emergency times. And really that's very few times a year, typically one time, hopefully, maybe two, during those snow events, or maybe we get a heavy windstorm or something like that. So it's not very often, but it often happens right around the holidays when everyone wants to spend time with their families. So the other thing that we've added to this is asking to include holiday and vacation hours as hours worked when calculating overtime. And the reason for this would be, not trying to hold the staff against, hold it against them that they're taking vacation. So say they had a planned vacation with their family right around the holiday, and then that was on a Monday, Tuesday per se, and then Wednesday they get called in to be on emergency standby, and they're working 12-hour shifts. For sometimes I think we've gone up 9 days in a row, and they don't always get overtime for that pay because they don't get to calculate their vacation or the holiday hours in that overtime calculation. So it just kind of is a nice benefit for, for them fulfilling, yes, it's an expectation of their job, but it's just, really highlighting that we appreciate that work that they do. And then lastly is the increase of footwear allowance and an addition of a uniform. And that's the last item. So happy to answer any questions or clarify anything for anybody.
Do we have any questions? Councilmember File.
So I just want to understand this. Do our workers get well pay? Should they not use their vacation pay at the end of the year?
I'm sorry, could you say that again? I couldn't understand that.
Do our city workers not get well pay at the end of the year? Should they not use their vacation pay?
Meaning, like, do they get to carry it over?
Yeah, do they get to carry it over or be able to cash it out at the end of the year? Should they not have used it?
They do get to carry it over. Our cap is at 240 hours annually that you can carry over.
And do they get to also take that out as well pay if they end up not using that vacation time during the year?
There's no payout for vacation for going over. There are circumstances that that do come up, and oftentimes because of an emergency that they can't take their vacation, that maybe there'd be something that the city manager would approve for a one-time kind of carryover, extending that number if they were in that situation. I mean, you do have to be with the city for quite some time to be able to build up that kind of bank of vacation time. And since all of our staff are new, that doesn't seem to be an issue as far as not being able to use time. It's more about that they are working. Typically, an emergency situation typically comes up in the winter, and it's typically around a holiday.
All right, thank you. I really appreciate that. I just want to make sure we're staying competitive.
Sure.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing no questions. The chair would entertain a motion to approve resolution 22-377 to amend the personnel policies.
So moved.
Second, Councilmember
Motion
Kugler.
and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
Thank you, Mayor Herbig. And I wanted to verify that that was Councilmember Kugler that seconded.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Enthusiastically, yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes.
Councilmember File.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
All in favor.
Okay, next up, we've got staff report. Do we have any staff report, Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, just two quick things. We're really trying to find a Friday, Saturday
in May or June that works for all 7 of you for the retreat. And we're having a heck of a time finding a Friday, Saturday that works. So not sure what to do at this point. Going to talk to Nancy Meehan, see if we can go back to the drawing board. But so far we have not found a Friday, Saturday that works for all 7 of you in May or June. And then it is Valentine's Day, and Anastasia, our city clerk, suggested that we take a look at our love notes. We don't have time for that tonight. I was all ready to show you some cool love notes, but just go to our main website and then click on the circle that says love notes, and you can see some love notes that have already come in this year, so far this year. So check those out. And that's all I have.
Okay, council member reports and comments. Just going the order I see people here. Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, I was elected secretary for the nominating committee for AWC this year.
Congratulations. Councilmember Shrubnik.
I believe, I was thinking maybe it would come up in staff comment, but I believe staff are working on developing a swim program with the Aqua Club as a facility and some private instructors.
Councilmember Marshall.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Kugler.
Just 2 quick updates. At the Seashore Transportation Forum, I found out that the Puget Sound Regional Council is currently seeking input on their regional transportation plan, and that's open for public comment until February 28th. If you want to give input on that, go to their website. The other thing is Link Light Rail. You know, they expand 5 stations between Northgate and Linwood by 2025. And they are actually looking for, King County Metro is seeking applicants for their mobility board who use transit or are potential transit riders from Kenmore and other Northwest King County cities. They are paid positions. I think it pays like $75 an hour. So if any residents hear this or are still on and are interested, they're particularly looking for candidates interested in drawing connections between racial equity, transportation issues, and access to opportunities. So apply if anyone is interested. And that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember File.
Yes, the King County Housing Authority plans to conduct a unsheltered count and engagement over the month of March rather than in January. We're going to be doing that with kind of a snowball sampling, and they'll be releasing their plan in mid-February. This is kind of a different style and way of doing it. They don't want to miss anybody, but they did get a granted variance from HUD. So I just wanted to update you all on that. That was mentioned during the Sound Cities Association PIC meeting this last week.
It's the King County Regional Homelessness Authority, Councilmember File.
Thank you.
I know.
The night, right? Thank you so much for the correction.
Just to be clear. Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Nothing to report. Just thank you for the big productive meeting. That was a lot to go through, even removing the 2 agenda items. I want to thank you for doing that. Anyway, nothing. Thank you.
I had a wonderful visit with the Senior Center open house on Friday. They were celebrating 18 years at Rhododendron Park, and they had a wonderful crowd, and it was nice to see folks. And with that, we are going to go back into executive session pursuant to RCW 4230-110, Section 1, subsection B. The City Council will enter into executive session to consider real estate acquisition. The session is expected to last approximately 20 minutes. Action may be taken in open session afterwards. Same link as we used earlier today. Councilmember Baker?
Yeah, just real quickly on the poll, the city manager is trying hard to get us all on to do the retreat, and only 6 people has answered the poll. So please, when the new poll comes out, please answer.
Yes. See y'all over in exec.
And if you're still with us, you heard it here first, folks. The council is adjourning into another executive session. They're going to discuss potential real estate acquisition. It's supposed to last approximately 20 minutes, and they might take action in open session when they return. So I do see some of our friends still with us. Thanks for sticking around.
The Kenmore City Council is finished with our executive session. No action is being taken. And with that, we are adjourned.
Thank you and happy Valentine's Day.
Couldn't let you do this alone, Mayor.
Not everyone.